The day will come when we recapture our destiny, and sorry won't be good enough. These are the Knights of the White Table. I'm really honored to be able to serve white well-being with you heroes and be able to stand against the attacks on Western kind, Western civilization. The great news about yesterday, the thing that should absolutely fill you with excitement for white well-being, is that the anti-whites revealed something to us yesterday that we could have never found out on our own. We don't have the technology at our fingertips. We don't have the wealth at our fingertips. We don't have the social capital or the connections at our fingertips. They revealed something to us that we could have never discovered on our own. With their wealth, with their power, with their connections in the government, with their anti-white stooges throughout the tech industry who were just anti-white at every level of those businesses, tapping down into the lives, into all of the lives of whites, not just in the United States, but all across the West, ladies and gentlemen. Because remember, they were talking not just about the United States, they were talking about the entire West, all of Western civilization. They tap down into all of your lives, and they see what you're looking at, and they know what you're doing, and they know with their predictive models what you're thinking, and what you will be thinking tomorrow. And what did they reveal to us about that? They just revealed that tomorrow is ours. The white masses of millions across the West are turning to us. They're turning to white well-being. The anti-whites know it. They see it with all of their algorithms, with all of their programs, with all of their invasive programs, and all of their snooping and stooging into everything you look and buy and do and say and share. They know that you are not happy. They know that the millions of middle-class, working-class whites across the entire Western civilization are unhappy with a prospect of an anti-white, non-white Western civilization, and that they are beginning now to revoke their loyalty, to take that loyalty back from these entities, the governments, the churches, the universities, and that they are looking elsewhere for answers. They know way in advance that this is happening. They can see it. Their actuaries have plotted it. Today is not ours, but tomorrow is. Now I say at the end of this stream, as I said at the beginning, now is the time to redouble our efforts, to retriple our efforts, to get to these people with this doctrine of white well-being, not another slogan of conservatism, not another pathetic ideology, or another new flag, or another new right this, or new right that, or alt-right this, not another campaign slogan, not another nothing that loses again and again. This curative contagion for white well-being, this is what the soil is written for. This is what will turn our people to our cause so that we can recapture our destiny. Let's be there for them. This is what the anti-whites revealed to us yesterday. It is not black pills, folks. It is white pills. It is a positivity. It is a rising dawn in the West. And I now take up the sword of this conflict, and I stride with purpose into that shining light of that western sunrise, into a soil that grows richer by the minute, that is made clear to us with wealth and technology and invasion and privacy that the anti-whites have, and that they know and have affirmed for us yesterday in that committee hearing, that tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free. When we recapture our destiny, sorry won't be good enough. Those individuals who stood out against the time, we look back and we're like, that is an extraordinary person. It takes an extraordinary constitution and character to be able to do that. And we have handfuls and handfuls of these people here in service to white well-being, each of them the equivalent of tens of thousands of audience members. How do we recapture our destiny? Forget about that. The question is, how do we put one foot in front of the other? That mountain peak of recapturing our destiny isn't going anywhere. We just need to walk toward it. We just need to head that direction. I will help us put one foot in front of the other. I'll need you to help us to put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us put another foot in front of the other, and then you to help us. And by being active in this cause, by making a contribution, by doing a little thing every day or every other day or every 3 or 4 or 5 days, by doing something, you, instead of being depressed, you will be filled with energy. You will be filled with the ideas and the excitement
that things can be done. You can be a success. You can help us reach that hill, the top of that hill. You can help us surmount that mountain and recapture our destiny. The northern star, my friends, hangs right above that mountain top. And when we get there, it'll be in hand's grasp. We just have to take those steps. So let's take them together. Let's have those who are interested in helping me with this minutes segment. I have a lot of things going on right now, but I'll never stop taking on more to the cause of white well-being. This is my life. If you've read Born Guilty, you know where I come from. You know how this got started for me, and you know it is bone of my bone, marrow of my marrow, spirit of my spirit. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it. All right, Phoenix Fire, super chatting by way of the familiar alternative, $5. I hope this works here. Thank you very much, Dean, for the kind super chat. Bless you. Stiff salute from Ethiopian Healing, man. We love you. That is so epic. When I opened that, I was like, oh my God, this champion. 1,000. Things are getting exciting. This is why the anti-whites are trying to shut us down. This is why they hate the process of going free. There are participants in service to white well-being that are truly just in. They are in it to win. They are in this game. They want to be the hero in our story. They're writing themselves into our story, our book, as the most glorious of heroes. There'll be nothing but love and service to white well-being in this body until the very last breath. And then if I'm able to serve after that, you damn well better see me do it.
Tomorrow belongs to us. Let's go free.
We get the opportunity to be heroes. We'll stand in this gap and be the men of the West and women of the West who we need. Now is the age. Now is the time.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh my God, I love that group sing. We have today on our featured stories a Buddy Brown video, Iran sleeper cells inside the U.S. We're going to talk about it. There'll be a load of laughs. We're also going to get the latest on the Israeli war against the Palestinian men, women, and children. We'll show a Fox News video and some Al Jazeera news, as well as some CNBC. We'll talk about how it relates to us and what we can be doing in our world to continue to change that destiny that the anti-whites have wanted to saddle us with. We'll also touch upon some legislation to keep the Palestinians out. Yeah, keep them out. We're going to be reviewing Tucker on immigration, many millions having listened to this. And of course, he's using the lexicon because of us. And maybe also respond to a video of an individual who is on the periphery in this community. We'll talk about it when we get to that point. We even have some more Buddy Brown stuff than just that video, but we'll see about it. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. A young man with his pants hanging off his ass, a thick gold chain, and 2 gold teeth, walks into the welfare office to pick up his welfare check. He marches up to the counter and smugly tells the social worker, "I just hate milking the system. I really rather have a job. I really would. I don't like taking advantage of the system, getting something for nothing. It's below me." The social worker behind the counter smiles broadly. "Your timing is excellent. We just got a job opening from a very wealthy old man who wants a chauffeur and bodyguard for his beautiful daughter. You'll have to drive her around in his Mercedes Benz, and he'll supply you all of your clothing. Because of the long hours, meals will also be provided. You'll also be expected to escort the daughter on her many vacations overseas." The next part is a bit awkward. You'll be expected to satisfy the daughter's urges, as she's in her 20s and has a strong drive, if you know what I mean. Wide-eyed, the young guy says, "Bro, you gotta be shitting me." And the social worker responds, "Well, you started it." When you're bullshitting somebody, they might come across somebody who's a better bullshitter than you are. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning. It's 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, roughly 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, somewhere around there, and midnight in Moscow. And we're here to have a heck of a lot of fun, to go free, to be glorious in the recapture of our destiny. All of the usual platforms are up and running for you to watch yours truly, to make comments, to ask questions, whatever it might be. But just be polite when you do so, because if you're not, the troll slayers will come from the hinterland and they will cut your heads off and then send you packing with your head in your hand. You may also financially gift over the course of this gathering. You can do so over at Entropy at a cost of 15% to you, to those wonderful people who deserve every penny of those 15%. You can find the link to that in the description below. There is also a chat widget over there, the Tall Kevin chat widget, at which you can chat with yours truly. You may also financially gift over there on Odyssey. It is up and running. You may financially gift there in a cryptocurrency or cash dollars. You may financially gift in a cryptocurrency over there at D Live. And if you are a D Live fan, then spread the fact that we are here to all the other shows on D Live that are live right now. Let them all know. If you're an Odyssey fan, do the same. Make your way over to the other Odyssey channels and let them know that we are live and we are where you want to be if you want to change the world we live in. And the same to those who show up on Rumble. Let everybody else know there on Rumble that we are live and they should head on over here for so much better than they can find anywhere else. You may also head on over to Cash App. Cash App in the description below, where you can financially gift in a cryptocurrency, the ones that they offer for you to be able to do that there, or cash dollars. And Cash App is up and running right now. Subscribe Star is also up and running, and you can find that in the description as well. You may just head on down into that description, grab those URLs, head on over and financially gift. And everybody who financially gifts will have their comment or question or emojis or whatever it might be read here live while we are together on this going free gathering. We don't have shows. Everybody else has shows. We have a gathering where heroes, Knights of the White Table, come together and we recharge every Sunday. So we head out into the world and we recapture our days, our weeks, our months, our years. 2023 is the year to go free. We have just a couple months left to make it a glorious, roaring 20s that we will look back on and celebrate the victories that we have achieved, while everybody else just comments on the world. We are actors on the stage, making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get a big round of raucous emojis right now. We're going to pull up Buddy Brown in just a moment. But first, we're going to celebrate raucous emojis. 07, celebrate the one and only financial gift that came in late. Danunaki, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much, good brother. We deeply appreciate. What did you write with it? I don't know. I'm going to have to look back to see what you wrote. Maybe you can tag me here, and then I'll know what you wrote. But $25 financial gift, God bless you, and thank you so much for those $25. I think we also had over here, we had, looks like a $15. I don't remember if we got that last week. Ash, maybe we did. Maybe it was late. We got it. Staying free, said Ash, over there on Odyssey. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. Thank you for that. Danunaki 25, rockers emojis to celebrate that guy. And we deeply appreciate that financial gift. Of course, I was not going to miss that financial gift here today, good brother. Thank you so very much. And also wanted to say, if you would like to financially gift in any other cryptocurrencies, I have 5 different wallets you can find at nowhiteguilt.org. No white guilt.org. You can find it over there. You'll click on the financial gift tab. You'll head on down. You'll see the wallets I use there. 5 of them you can cryptocurrency financially gift yours truly. Financially gifting yours truly. You will also find a snail mail address at which you can write yours truly long pages of poetry if you wish. Whatever you would like, there is a snail mail address. And thank you so much for that as well. Let's go ahead and get into Buddy Brown. Iran has sleeper cell in the U.S. waiting for orders, says Buddy Brown to all of our brothers. Remember, we have to give our dear love to our brothers and sisters in the world who are IQ challenged. And they end up in these squalid little abject eddies off the side of the big stream of our genetic pool. And they end up in these little eddies, and they end up getting mesmerized by similarly challenged individuals, and who get them get all of their time, get them all hung up on things that are totally irrelevant in the world, trivialities, nothing that will help them. But they go out into the world and then they burden us, people with much more intelligence and courage and people who want to actually change the world. They burden us with their nonsense. Well, we follow those little eddies back to the source, and we find often people like Buddy Brown. And Buddy Brown's going to talk to us about a sleeper cell inside the U.S. Now, you're not going to believe this. I know you're going to be surprised. But Buddy Brown is a kill everything that gets in the way of Jews. Kill everything that gets in the way of Jews, especially Israeli Jews, because don't you know, when you're a Bible shyster like Buddy Brown, it's you, Jesus and God and all of that is secondary to God's chosen people. We all know that when it comes from these folks, but you're going to get to hear it right from the faux redneck's mouth. Glorified Bookmark. You know you are a real deal Southerner. Now, I am actually the real deal Southerner. So just if you're new, you're seeing me for the first time, whatever it might be, you're watching in replay, I am a real deal Southerner. Tons of relatives fought for the South when Virginia was invaded by the United States. They immediately joined. There was no recruiting process. They just immediately went to defend their state, Virginia, and the new country, the Confederacy. I am the real deal here in Virginia. I am sprung up from the soil. This is artificial quackery. So especially for all those around the world, white people around the world, and they fancy the South and who in the real South and who they were. And it's fascinating. People come from all around the world, white folk. They come to these reenactments and they always go to the Confederate side. That's the romantic side. That's the noble. Those are the people who fought an impossible war. That's how courageous they were. Impossible to win. And they always show up. I am the person you're looking for, not this. This is faux artificial nonsense. There he is. Look at him. He's all concentrating on it. I can see Hansen's hand up his ass. Look, he's like, I got my golf cart up to top speed. It's going 10.5 miles per hour down this trail. Top speed. Glorified golf cart. I actually really like Buddy Brown. He's a good guy. Good wisdom.
Top of the morning, y'all. Hope you're doing good. I'm enjoying some of my new favorite coffee. This is First Cup Coffee.
Do not even tell me this is an ad read to start this. Can everybody hear it okay? How's the sound? Blonde Ambition is here. Hope you're doing well. In case I have to leave out before the end, don't you dare. With you kind of Saxony, great to see you. Can everybody hear this all right? Backwoods wisdom. How would that be read? Where's Fronal? Backwoods wisdom. Should there be like a belch from too much whiskey? Backwoods wisdom. Franklin, the great Franklin is here. God bless you, brother. Sound is good. Helios Abbott. Senator Lindsey Graham is with us. Yeah, I don't like the fake Southern accent. I know it. No
Top of the morning, y'all. Hope you're doing good.
You always know when somebody is faking a Southern twang or Southern accent because they overuse the word y'all. Yes, y'all is a beautiful contraction. It's a real word, but we don't use it every other sentence. For the love of God.
Enjoying some of my new favorite coffee. This is First Cup Coffee, right out of good old America, made in Texas, matter of fact.
I think plenty of Texans would take offense to that, especially at this point. Right out of America, Texas, in fact.
Roast is named after a piece of American history. This is what they.
Oh my God! It is an ad read. This guy's making so much money. You think he would get something better than a glorified golf cart? Like a real UTV, like Johnny Reb has in Texas, that I went down and drove.
Look right here. My favorites right here are the Lexington and the Boston Common. FirstCup.com.
Oh.
If you use code BUDDY at checkout, you will get 10% off. But make sure you subscribe, because if you do subscribe, you get another 10%.
You get another 10% off another bag called what? What's the next one going to be?
So 20% off FirstCup.com. Let's stop drinking this woke coffee and
it's
switch
just
to
called
something
First
that
Cup.
actually tastes good and is made right here. All right, y'all. If you're
That's amazing.
watching this video, you are one of the good ones. I appreciate you being here.
I got to turn it up for me. I can't hear him very well. What the heck's going on? All right, let's roll.
World this messed up, you're still in the game. So give yourself a pat on the back for that. MSM ain't going to tell you any of this stuff right here because they're without balls and they're without biblical instruction. We have both on this channel.
What is that? Valley Forge? I thought it was going to be like Harriet Tubman. Rosa Parks coffee. If it's conservative, that's going to be the names they're going to come up with next.
So you might as well get the real news here because that stuff that you're watching on TV, it ain't news at all. Just unplug.
Yeah, Truth Seeker says conservatives always use the word woke. I know, it's so disgusting. They're so woke. We're so brain dead.
The dadgum TV, y'all. Uncle Buddy's going to paint the picture for you.
The dabgum TV?
And it goes like this. In the coming days and weeks, as the war in Jerusalem and Israel escalates, like you're seeing it.
Look, okay. Once again, there's not a war. Hamas is like 15,000 terrorists. They have no ability to wage war against a military. So there is a first world military with the best technology on planet Earth that is going after 2 million civilians with 15,000 and probably obviously less than that now mixed in to those civilians. So utterly intractable and indefensible.
Escalate right now. I want y'all to understand A, B, and C because God.
That's how dumb conservatives are. We're going to start with the ABCs. Here we go.
These events take place on our homeland.
All right.
But you need to be prepared if they do. There's a guy named Todd Bensman.
Todd Bensman. Does anybody know who Todd Bensman is?
He is a journalist on counterterrorism, intelligence, straight out of Texas. Again, just like the coffee company.
Oh boy, what a connection. And those kind of connections are deep and meaningful for conservatives. If you've ever listened to their content, it's like, can you believe numbers are used on signs there? And they're used on signs over here. See what I'm getting at?
And he's a boots on the ground type of guy. And he's really getting into some journalism that's just dangerous.
I think this Todd guy was a buddy's groomer.
Stuff. He's going behind the scenes to get this stuff because he's obsessed with the truth, kind of like I am. And, you know, he just spoke about something just the other day called Unit 910. And that's.
Ooh, I am terrified. There could totally be a Unit 910. I just think it sounds like bullshit. All right. It's the kind of thing. It's like, this is what follows Q. Everybody wondered what comes after Q. Unit 910. Come up with a better name, at least.
That's what we're going to talk about today. Unit 910 is a group of sleeper cell terrorists already in the United States waiting on orders from Iran.
Holy shit.
Let that sink in for just a minute.
Let it sink in. Like Benjamin on Buddy when he was bent over.
They are known as the Iranian Avengers.
Look at his face. The Iranian Avengers. Conservatives are such children. Where's their capes? You'll be able to spot them because they have big purple capes and Dracula-type collars. They're known as the Iranian Avengers. Seriously.
Terrorists already in the United States waiting on orders from Iran. Let that sink in for just a minute.
Okay.
They are known as the Iranian Avengers.
This is a goddamn movie that's going to come out. Oh, if we only had cartoonists. We need somebody to draw Iranian Avengers. and they're gonna be wearing like skin tight jeans. They're all gonna be in skin tight jeans that are gonna be spandex, and they're gonna have purple capes with collars that go up like Dracula. And that's what the conservatives are gonna be afraid of now. You watch. You're gonna be at your next Cracker Barrel, and you're gonna hear table talking, and they're gonna be like, "Well, we gotta take out all them Iranians, because if we don't, the Iranian Avengers are gonna strike," and all the women are gonna go, "Oh," and they're gonna be like this because they're gonna set their forearms on their udders and their bellies that are propping them up. The Iranian Avengers, holy shit!
Let that sink in as well. There's
We got to go back and look at his face. This is the face of a total shyster who knows he's sucking you in on something. Let's see.
They are
Wait.
known as the Iranian Avengers.
Look at that face. Now, if you've ever been taken by a salesman or saleswoman in your life, you've seen this face. It was the face that you saw right before you wrote that massive check, and then none of the work got done, or the product or service was totally inferior. It was that face right there.
Let that sink in as well. They're supported by Hezbollah.
His whole spiel right now is just, for me, follows a knock at the door, and it's somebody looking up at your like year-old windows, and they're saying, "Looks like you need some new windows. Can I come inside, talk to you about your windows and about your car's warranty?"
And they are incredibly dangerous. Their targets, they tend to be heavily Jewish Americans and Israelis that are already inside the USA.
Heavily? They're only going to kill fat Jews? What? What did he say? They're going to kill. So the Iranian Avengers senselessly and arbitrarily murder fat Jews.
There tend to be heavily Jewish Americans and Israelis that are already inside the USA.
Americans.
Let that sink in as well.
What?
They're supported by Hezbollah, and they are incredibly dangerous. Their targets, they tend to be heavily Jewish Americans.
So fat Jews, that's their targets. All right. All right. This whole thing has gotten real weird, buddy. It's gotten real weird. I feel like I have to back away from it slowly.
Americans and Israelis that are already inside the USA.
Okay.
Y'all notice all the military.
Y'all notice all these fat Jews disappearing? I mean, you used to go down to that bagel shop, and there was one of them real heavy. He's gone. I bet them Iranian Avengers got him.
Military-age men that are captured at the border. And the only ones that think it's a coincidence whatsoever are liberals, of course. You know, just a coincidence that just military-age men are the ones being captured. Now, we already know that Shiite Muslims from Lebanon have already been captured, and they've already been trained right here in American cities. We know this because the Unit 910, a bunch of agents have already been prosecuted recently, recently as 2019.
Whoa.
There was 2 terrorists convicted. One was from the Bronx, and one was from Dearborn, Michigan.
We have how many hundreds of millions do we have in this country? He's like, we got 2 of them from Unit 9. So did they actually call them Unit 910? Because that sounds ridiculous. Do they also genuinely call themselves Iranian Avengers?
So now that y'all got a pretty good understanding of who Unit 910 is,
Hey, here comes the rest of the Muppet Show.
Most recent chatter is bone-chilling because Todd Benjamin
It's bone-chilling, especially for them overweight Jews.
is talking about how he thinks if things blow up on the northern border of Israel.
Poor choice of words. Lot of people dying over there. If they blow up on the border. All right, buddy. Tactless mother. Go ahead.
And the USA helps. Watch out. These sleeper cells could come hit America.
Oh, boy. Well, why? I don't have to worry. I'm not a fat Jew. They're not going to bother me at all. I mean, he didn't say that? That's what these Iranian Avengers are after. That's why they're all lithe, that's why they're all svelte. That's why they wear their skin-tight jeans. They just abhor obesity in Jewish people. How do we know they're not just taking these Jewish people out to some fat farm? And with what was that guy's name? What was the guy's name that used to prance around? And he had the tank top on and he had the big afro, and he's out there working them out.
So God forbid that happens. But let's just remember that Biden's border has been wide open this entire
God forbid that these aerobics classes break out all over America.
time. For years and years and years now, it hadn't been secure. And we don't know who the heck's been actually coming into this country.
Well, maybe you could have spotted the Iranian Avengers because they're the ones wearing capes when they came in. You know what I mean? They're like, the Iranian Avengers is like trying to mix in with all like the Mexicans and Hondurans and everything. And he's got this big old purple cape and this big collar on the back. And he's like, hola. It's like a Find Waldo. And you see like this huge body of people coming into the Hondurans and Venezuelans and everything. And there's bing. It'd be easy. That one right there. Which one? That one. The cape. Yeah, that one. He's one of the Avengers. Bring him out. Let's talk with him. He's not mixing in very well. He like to try to pull it off. He like has a sombrero on. Still got the cape and the skin tight jeans and all of that. And he's got like his eyes are like this. Worried. And he's also looking for fat Jews, though, because that's their target, apparently.
This is a great time,
according to Buddy,
for everybody to do a good inventory and maintenance on your firearms. Check the condition.
Yeah, this is totally, the Iranian Avengers is totally a professional wrestling group. That's what they are. And no wonder then it makes lucid sense to conservatives the world over. What's the Iranian Avengers? I think I saw them in the WWF years ago. They were bad. They were the baddies. They never wrestled fair. Now I hear that they're after fat Jews. Couldn't get worse.
Who the heck's been actually coming into this country? This is a great time for everybody to do a good inventory and maintenance on your firearms.
What you need to do. This is the to-do list for the cucks. No. You see, don't go out into the world. Don't take the go free lexicon and dialectics out into the world. Change the world. No. Continue to gaze at your navel by counting your firearms and ammunition and making sure it all works so that you can be sure to die with those inanimate objects when a big storm of anti-whites surround the house. At least I'll die with my gun in my hand. No, you won't, you bitch. You'll hand those things right over.
Check the condition of your ammo. You know,
Check
why
the condition of it. It's slim and not Jewish. So therefore the Iranian Avengers will be leaving my ammo alone.
The world, would anybody need an AR-15? Well, just ask all the
fat Jews. They definitely need an AR-15 now with these Iranian Avengers. I bet they have spaceships.
People, all the Israelis that saw their women and children dragged off last week. Why would you need an AR-15? Why?
You're in America. That didn't happen in America.
For the next few weeks, I want y'all to watch the U.S. response to Israel.
Okay. We kind of have our eye on it. It's like every single channel. It's like movies are rolling out. The storyline is being put into sitcoms. Every single newspaper, web zine, entertainment, Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, they're all lockstepping on Israel and what's happening there. So thanks for admonishing us, though, buddy. I would have never thought to do that.
If we hit Iran in any way, shape, or form, watch out for the sleeper cell. Watch out for a cheap shot, is all I'm saying. And this ain't
a cheap shot. If the United States goes to war with Iran, that's called retaliation. That's not a cheap shot. If you go to war and the country fights back, good God. Watch out for that cheap shot right into that third roll on the fat Jews that they come across.
Whatsoever, you know, because get this. I've got a steak on the grill. Y'all to watch the U.S. response to Israel. If we hit Iran in any way, shape, or form, watch out for the sleeper cell. Watch out for a cheap shot, is all I'm saying. And this ain't fear-mongering whatsoever. You know, because get this.
How could that not be fear-mongering? The Iranian Avengers are going to kill you. this is going to be the absolute talk of like every cattle rustle get together, every speed talking sale of bovines, every drunken, whether how many opportunities left for running out as the season wears on for the barbecues, but every drunken barbecue, it's going to be all about the Iranian Avengers. And then you're going to have a bunch of big good old boys. And they're going to be saying, well, they could just come to my house because I got 5,000 firearms in my house and I got 7 million rounds. Really? Wow. You're set. Looks like you also have diabetes. So? All right.
Keep shot is all I'm saying. And this ain't fear mongering whatsoever.
No.
You know, because get this.
I'm a Muppet and there's a hand up my ass right now. Get this.
I've got a steak on the grill, about 3 or 4 buddies coming over tonight. We're going to smoke cigars. We're going to have a great time. We're going to live life to its fullest because I'm not going to live my life worrying and wasting all the time doing that. But we damn.
What? He just got done telling us that the United States is going to hit Iran and that sleeper cells with supernatural powers, the Iranian Avengers, are going to strike out against all of us here in the States. But he is going to cook up a steak, bringing his buddies over, probably so they can listen to Javaris spin yarns about his time with all of their wives.
Damn well better understand what we're up against and what these events could snowball into. Because once you know the possible outcome, the panic level just goes way down here.
Oh, yeah. You feel a panic level dropping when he's talking about Unit 910. Why not the 7-8? Because they upgraded. That's why, folks. I mean, this is, if it was Unit 7-8, I would be, you know, my worry level would be down here somewhere. But this is Unit 910, buddy. This is like the big deal. They broke out the big dogs. No, for all of these poor folks out there, these conservative folks, for all of them out there, their concern, their fear about what was going to happen was like down here before Buddy started talking. Now they're believing his shit, and the fear is elevated. You're not going to be able to talk them down off of that now, Buddy.
And you're nice and calm, and you operate
Nice and
like
calm.
you should.
And
So,
what?
how's this tie into the Bible and what these events could snowball into? Because once you know the possible outcome, the panic level just goes way.
The possible outcome, terrorist attacks, nuclear war, panic level just goes down. Of course it comes from a guy in a glorified golf cart. Where else would that kind of wisdom come? This is the backwoods wisdom. Backwoods. Jim Beam style.
Down here, and you're nice and calm, and you operate like you should. So, how's this tie into the Bible? How's this tie into the Bible?
Oh my gosh. I just then when he said that, how's this tied in the Bible? How's this tied into the Bible? That is as unctuous, nasty, salesman looking. I bet you this guy, I bet you he went door to door selling stuff, and he wasn't a fair salesman. He wasn't an honest salesman. This guy was the one selling you the junk. He got you to believe whatever, and you bought it, and it was junk. It broke down, or they never provided the service, whatever it was. How does this tie into the Bible? Well, let's listen. I'm going to go ahead and anybody else want to gamble on this? Bible shyster. The Christians out there that are white positive, they should bludgeon people like this to death. I'm so tired, especially since this started already, with the endless Bible shystering of these Jewish worshiping Christians. Shut up. Shut up. Isn't there a new covenant? Isn't there a new covenant? I mean, why do you call yourself Christians? Why don't you just call yourselves wannabe Jews? If there's a new covenant, then stop treating Jews like they're special. This is God's chosen. It's one of the main reasons I stopped going to church. One of the main reasons. That was like 1/10 of it. 9/10 of it was all the rest of the anti-whiteism.
Luke 21:20. I'm glad you
Luke 21:20. I'm glad you asked.
asked. When you see Jerusalem being surrounded by armies, you will know the desolation is near.
Oh my God. If I ever really come across him, I love Buddy. I love him. So I'm going to give him a big old bear hug, because this bullshit about the end of the world that Christians and everybody else, all these other religions and there are cults out there that they've all said, end of the world is here. And they do that to manipulate their following. That's despicable. Everybody who has said that, well, this is the end of the world coming, and it doesn't come, they should go to prison. Because if they have influence over people's lives, and therefore are milking them for money, milking them for emotions, milking for all the different things that a human being can have pride away from them, such as their pride, their dignity, their sexuality, everything. These people should go to jail. I'm so sick of this nonsense. In fact, it should be punch a Christian in the mouth if he's going to say this is the end of the world day. And I define punch as fruit punch. You provide them fruit punch, not the kind that Jim Jones handed out to everybody, but fruit punch. Horse shit. Know that it's the end of the world and that you better get right worshiping the God's chosen, because if you don't, then Jesus won't be happy with you.
Then those who are in Judea will go to flee to the mountains. Let those in the city get out, and let those in the country.
Now that's some deep wisdom right there. I don't recall that part of the Bible. I'm sure it's there, but let me tell you, deep wisdom. Let one leaveth the cities when war beginneth. Oh, thank you. Deep wisdom.
God bless the country.
God bless the country.
Not enter the city.
Oh, so if you would think that kind of follows, if you're being told to get out of the cities, if God himself, through the word of man, is saying, get out of the cities, that it followeth that those who live not in the cityeth shall not go to the cityeth. I mean, what caliber of audience were they speaking for?
Favorite verses of all time, by the way. There will be signs in the sun.
One of his favorite verses of all time. It hit him right on his level, right? Just mid-wittery. It made it to him. I mean, he was like those big, remember the big dishes that they used to have to get the signal from the satellites back in the day? They used to be like bigger than cars, bigger than 18-wheelers, these giant dishes. And people out in the country would have them in their yard. You're like, how many porno channels do you need? What, for God's sake? You're like, now they turn them into like a swimming pool for the grandkids. That's how big these dishes were. And that's his ears right now picking up that message. This one hits me right. I get it. Them other ones in that Bible, it's kind of flies by. I don't get it. But this one, I get it. Go notteth to the cityeth.
The moon and the stars. Well, we got all three, y'all. The sun and the moon are going to...
Oh, my God.
One of my favorite verses of all time, by the way. There will be signs in the sun, the moon, and the stars. Well, we got all three.
Did he say science? I think he meant signs. He misspeaks a bit.
Get out and let those in the country, God bless the country, not enter the city. One of my favorite verses of all time, by the way. There will be signs in the sun.
I think he did say science. Signs is what he would want to say. There will be signs in the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then here comes this totally impotent, and there's about to be a solar eclipse. So that means the world is about to end.
The moon and the stars. Well, we got all three, y'all. The sun and the moon are going to line up in the ring of fire eclipse for October 14th.
You know, try to think back to when you were a child and the fear when adults said shit like this. If you didn't have parents that protected you from it, or if you heard it without your parents or caregivers being able to intervene and say, oh, no, honey, these people are crazy. The world's not going to end. But think back to when you were a child and you were like, Easter Bunny. Sure, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Santa, of course. World ending? I'm 7. You know, I mean, think back to that. And then, as an adult now, Would you not want to just beat the piss out of the adults saying that to children?
That would be this Saturday. The stars of Virgo have already happened last month, back in September, and that was from Revelation chapter 12.
Oh boy. Was that another edit? Can this guy get through a couple sentences without
This
an
Saturday.
edit?
The stars of Virgo have already happened last month, back in September, and that was from Revelation chapter 12. Remember, the Bible says
Yeah, it was. He was like, oops, I farted. I better cut that bit out. Wouldn't go well with the Bible verses.
that no one knows when the day is actually going to come, but we are to lift our
No one knows when the day is. I just told you it's imminent, but now I'm hedging my bet. No one actually knows the day.
heads. We're to lift our heads and look up because it says your redemption is near. So who cares
Your
about
redemption?
Unit
It's
910?
always near. Your redemption is always near. I'm going to tell you right now. The Creator, if you want to name the Creator, Jesus Christ, or what have you, is not about to come. Is not about to come. Your entire life will go by. It's not going to happen. There'll be no end of the world. I guarantee it. And if you want to doubt me, let's go ahead and write everything you own over to me to be given to me the day after you die if the world doesn't end. Let's do that. None of your descendants will get it. We'll see. We'll have you put money on the line if you really believe in it. If you really believe it, then let's put money on the table. But you don't. I've had arguments with these Bible shyster bastards in the past. If you really believe it, let's put some money down. Never do. Never do. No, if anything, they accrue it. They accrue it. I'm gonna do some ad reads here. Take a look at this Harriet Tubman coffee. This is America's tradition.
If we're out of here, but watch the USA's and
If we're out of here, that's what you have. Yep. Will the real Christians please stand up? Please stand up.
chapter 12. Remember, the Bible says that no one knows when the day is actually going to come, but we are to lift our heads. We're to lift our heads and look up because it says your redemption is near. So who cares about Unit 910 if we're out of
Wait, who cares about Unit 910 and the Aryan Avengers? You just spent this video telling us about it and how terrifying it was. I think the fat Jews care. The fat Jews are very concerned now. And people who love fat Jews, they're very concerned too. They don't want to see anything happen to their loved ones. I mean, how do you defend against the Iranian Avengers?
here? But watch the USA's involvement as it heats up in Israel. I still think they're probably just moving chess pieces. I don't think Biden has Israel's back whatsoever. I think
Good. Let's not get into World War III. Let's not do it. We're going to be reviewing in just a moment. This is the end of this video here. Reviewing just a moment where we are, how we can handle it, what we should expect, and how we can use the events of the day to recapture our destiny for tomorrow.
God has Israel's back, and that is what
Oh my God.
as it heats up in Israel. I still think they're probably just moving chess pieces. I don't think Biden has Israel's back whatsoever. I think God has Israel's back, and that is way more important than anything the U.S. Army could ever do. God bless y'all. Look to the sky. It's getting real.
Look to the sky. All right, folks. That was Buddy Brown. Buddy Brown. What did y'all think about Buddy Brown? I can just tell you right now. Can you see where the dollars can be made right now? Being a trainer for overweight Jewish people. I mean, get on it if you want to make some money. If there has ever been anything to inspire a heavy person to lose their weight, it would be the threat of Iranian Avengers doing away with you.
This morning, Israeli forces preparing for a full-scale ground invasion of Gaza. as Iran threatens, quote, far-reaching consequences if they don't stop that invasion immediately.
Our next guest knows all about fighting terror firsthand, retired.
You notice how across the West, they're doing everything they can to connect all of the countries, of course, the peoples. Don't do that. To connect them all to the current thing, so that they can use the momentum that's created to go and wipe out whatever. I mean, it's going to be like, what else? What else do you want to wipe out? The display of the Confederate flag. Are you going to unite that to this as well? You're going to hook that on as a caboose to this as well? What else has got to go?
This morning, Israeli forces preparing for a full-scale ground invasion of Gaza, as Iran threatens, quote, far-reaching consequences if they don't stop that invasion immediately.
Our next guest knows all about fighting terror firsthand, retired Brigadier General Don Baldock, served 10 tours in Afghanistan. He joins us now. General, thanks for being with us this morning. No, at least on the surface, General, no huge advance overnight over the last 24 hours here in Israel. As you see, though, the buildup, what do you feel like we should be anticipating, including...
Okay, so y'all, if you don't know, let's see if this thing won't move on. Stay. Does anybody not know, as we reached the top of the hour on the East Coast of the United States, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, the impenetrable border between Israel and the Palestinian Gaza Strip, people that are technically in Israel, because Israel controls, like, you can't go to Israel, to Gaza Strip without the Jews saying it's okay. So Gaza Strip belongs to the Jews. And that means the Muslims there are, in effect, the citizenry or population of Israel. But this great ally in the Middle East doesn't allow them to vote, because if it did, then there would be very different politics. So it's the big democracy in the Middle East. Just remember that every time, like the Lindsey Grahams and Hannitys and all, they all come forward and they're like, this is the gallant ally. This is our gallant ally. So it's a democracy. An ally? Where has Israel been in any of the wars that the United States has been fighting? Nowhere. Nowhere to be seen. This is not an ally. It's more like the United States is a hemorrhoid on the ass of Israel. That's more like it. This is not an ally. We don't see any of the evidence of an ally as you normally would define ally. We also don't see a democracy in Israel. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So you got this Gaza Strip, 2-point-some million people crammed into an area that's essentially 2 Washington, D.C.s, which is not an overly large city. If you've ever been to Washington, D.C., look it up. So you got this little area with 2-point-some million people, and you probably have been hearing repeatedly that there are many, as many as half that are children in this Gaza Strip. All right, and supposedly a number of days ago, the impenetrable defenses, the highest technology on planet Earth, in multiple wavelengths. Visual, but also auditory and other wavelengths, monitoring everything in the no man's zone and at the wall itself, from space, from terrestrial sites, monitoring everything. Apache helicopters, they have at least 2 squadrons, and when they are at heightened alert, as they would be on the 50th anniversary of Yom Kippur, they are ready to fly in 6 minutes. I'm told 6 minutes by somebody who would know. So Apache attack helicopters, state-of-the-art United States tech, able to get into the air with cannon on the front of the thing and missile pods ready to roll. I'm going to go ahead out on a limb here and think that those Apache helicopters would handily deal with paragliders at 30 miles an hour. You know, Apache helicopter, fully loaded, can do a backflip. You know, everywhere the pilot looks, the cannon swivels. It's amazing. It's amazing tech. They can see in multiple, everything, wavelengths, everything you can imagine. Zeroing in on targets. And a paraglider is a very awkward, slow, very slow moving, top speed around 30 miles per hour, very loud, lawnmower driven propeller across the landscape. And then you have a bunch of guys and a bulldozer, a couple bulldozers, and these terrorists, they are terrorists. They're monsters. But again, I'd like to point out that if they harmed white people and we refer to them as animals, everything would be taken down. But if they harm Jewish people and you refer to them as animals, it's fine. You can do that. It's interesting how that works. It's kind of like we live in this anti-white world, isn't it? It's kind of like we are inundated by anti-whiteism, isn't it? So they come across the no man's land with all of these sensors and everything. Just imagine Hollywood. I mean, these were not the Iranian Avengers, okay? They didn't come like cartwheeling across the lasers with their invisibility cloak, right, given them right from Harry Potter. And they just kind of hold it up to here, and then all you can see is a pair of eyes moving across no man's land. No. These people were right out in the middle of everywhere. They came across these terrorists, these monsters, and somehow they bulldoze the fence, and they drive across, and Apaches are sitting idle. The F-16s, they can be up, F-16s, they can be up in the air and cross the totality of the length of the country in minutes. And not the length of Israel in minutes. They're sitting idle. The whole military is just kind of hanging out over there. I don't know why. I mean, now, mind you, there were protests planned this coming week. Israel as a country so divided about what's going to happen to the government that some people have been looking at it and saying that maybe there'll end up being a civil war one of these days in Israel. But all of a sudden this happens, and all of these monsters come in, and for hour upon hour, they're like killing innocent Israelis. They're just butchering and murdering innocent people, and they're sitting in their homes. I'm sure folks that have come to rely on the security that the Iron Dome, these 3 different missile intercepts. So like the Hamas can launch a like $350 pipe bomb attached to a firework engine into the air. And then America pays for a $1 million interceptor missile to take that out of the air. That's tenable. Let me just say, that's tenable. That's only doable when somebody else is paying for your shit. That's insane. That is totally insane that the United States pays for these interceptor missiles for these pipe bombs. Absolutely kill and maim people, 100%. Set things on fire, 100%. But it is indeed pipe bombs of various size with firework engines on them that fly across $350, $300, whatever it is, and intercepted by $1 million missiles. Nice. And other tools. And somehow, that's the only believable part to me, honestly, is that there could be so many of these pipe bombs that the $1 million missiles just can't deal with them all. These are too many to knock out of the sky all at once. All right. So that gets overwhelmed. But then all these people, they come in on trail bikes. That's what they look like to me. They didn't look like the ones that I saw, at least, proper dirt bikes. They were trail bikes. That's for like guys that have vaginas. And so they've got these come across in these trail bikes, and they come in, they're just murdering people left and right. And they're like taking video. How the hell are they taking video? The police would arrive faster than this. And they're just videotaping, and they got somebody posted up, and they're just like, yeah, look at us just kicking ass over here. What time? You want to get lunch? Butcher some more people, and then we'll get lunch? What are they doing? Why wasn't there more urgency for these animals that are butchering innocent human beings, these monsters. Well, anyhow, they were. All right. You can also just kind of look at this with Occam's razor. It's a perfect scenario for Occam's razor, right? Which of the answers of two possible, in this case, it'd be two possible answers, which one requires fewer assumptions? Do we have, on one hand, a government with Netanyahu who is despised by quite a few Israelis, of course, loved compared to somebody like me, right? That stands up for white well-being. But you know what I mean. You're following me. Could we assume in that case that they somehow retarded the defense versus the entire network, spying network, we have to assume collapsed, knew nothing? The Mossad that we've been told our whole lives is better than CIA and all other secret services, and that's why they have to be allowed in America, and that's why they have to be allowed into the intimate circles of the CIA, because they're just so amazing. And you just got to have them here because they know everything. Their human intelligence is second to none. It's just amazing. Somehow they totally dropped the ball. No clue. In fact, we're told, I don't know if any of it's true. I mean, I'm not there, but we're told that Egypt picks up the phone and they're like, whoa, we got news that they're getting ready to attack. And the Mossad's like, whatever. Just prior to it? Really? If that happened, I don't know. It's kind of an assumption. It's kind of a stretch for an assumption that Mossad was like, nah, we're not going to believe you. And then for some reason, all of the military and the police, for some reason, in Israel, they took forever to respond. At least, again, I wasn't there, but I'm reading what everybody else is reading and watching what everybody else is watching. And somehow they took just for many hours to get out to these. Wow. How? Terrorists are attacking. Terrorists are murdering your citizens. How are you not instantly there? But you got to assume somebody dropped the ball. The entire system and the entire secret services intelligence apparatus of the rest of the world failed as well. No one knew. Not the CIA knew. Not all of these different groups around the world that could have communicated with. None of them knew. None of them at all. It's fast. So you have to assume a lot. So if we're using Occam's razor, whoa, you have a simple answer. Though I'm not going to go there because the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. So that's what happened. They come in, they butcher a bunch of innocent people. And my heart goes out to all of the innocent people on both sides of the conflict. And in all seriousness, and their family members who have to suffer their loss. It's hellish. It's awful. It's terrifying. I can't fathom what that would be like to be present where they're machine gunning people to death on either side. Absolutely, 100%. I'm not. We are not Jay Spurgs here. So it's honest. It's honest concern, condolence, and sympathy with all the innocent people who are dying on both sides. And my greatest wish, my one wish, is for this, for the life lost to come to an end as soon as possible. That is and I don't have the power, and you don't either, to cause an outcome to materialize. So there is no sense for us here in service to white well-being go out into the world. It was the same thing and continues to be the same thing between Russia and Ukraine. All we can do is make enemies. If you go into that conversation and try to take a side, all you can do is burn bridges with people. When our objective is white well-being, our objective is ending anti-whiteism, the victimization of Western kind, the recapture of our destiny. So the only right, correct position is to say that we want the dying to stop. We want the murdering to stop. We want the killing to stop on a personal level. And that, therefore, what we're doing for white well-being, right? That's the position to hold. And of course, then, to bring you up to speed, and we'll watch the rest of this, Israel says, well, we're going to shake the earth to its core. We're going to do to the Palestinians something that many generations they'll never forget. Now, remember, I've read, and maybe you've read same or different, that Hamas terror group, they have to make rockets, pipe bombs with that are firework engines on the back of them. I mean, these people are not. And by the way, also, you have to also think about the fact, and I find it hard to believe, that anything gets into Gaza without Israel knowing. I mean, food's got to come in, right? But isn't Israel going to be X-raying that? Aren't there going to be intelligence services on both ends of that? Other materials have to come in so that people can do things like clean and whatever else that they do. Isn't all that going to be X-rayed? Isn't it all going to be viewed with various sniffing tools and everything under the sun? Isn't all of that being done? So how does anything get in there? So I saw on the news today, they're like, well, they made it all there. With what? Because wouldn't those things that they need to make these things, like, where did they get their guns? Where did they get their AK-47s? They didn't make them there. But even with these pipe bombs, with what are they making them? Wouldn't Israel know? Well, they're getting tons of the different substances that they need to make flying pipe bombs. And then they even said, I saw on Fox, I think it was, where they're like, well, they made all this, and I saw Russian RPGs. They didn't make that, bitch. Are you kidding? So how does Israel not know what's getting into? I just find that hard to believe. Anyhow, Israel says they're going to go in and they're going to give them something to never forget. And they're going to totally wipe out Hamas, which, as I said, as we all know, is not a military. It's a terror group. It's meant to murder innocent people, women and children. That's what it does best, and old people. Murdering and slaughtering women and children and old people. That's what terrorists do best. They can't fight militaries because they just would be decimated. And everybody's saying, like, well, they're going to go in there, like Israel's talking about, well, we're going to go in and we're going to wage war. On what? On who? Who is going to be fighting on the other side? People say, well, they're going to go in there, and the Palestinians, well, they'll just, hide in doorways, and then they'll pop out with their AK-47s and then they'll run away. Do you really think Israel is going to go walking around Gaza City, as packed as it is, and with all these places to hide in the daylight, when they have our technology and can see in the dark? And Hamas can't? The whole damn thing. First of all, there are, as far as I'm concerned, they've been in there since day one. As far as I'm concerned, Israel has been in Gaza City since day one. They've been in there. There's special forces in there, probably American special forces as well, and in there trying to take back hostages. And maybe they've already even gotten some. I mean, don't just wait for the news. Use logic. No government moves. They don't continue to exist in the law of the jungle by waiting for the latest update on the news. Everything happens immediately. For God's sake, the United States, I don't know if you all know this, the United States has two, not one, but two carrier groups there. That's more fighting power than 99% of the countries on Earth. They have moved into the Mediterranean to back up Israel. Two carrier groups. I've seen some media outlets trying to play it down. And they're like, well, they sent another carrier, as though that's like not a big thing. The best carrier in the United States and the second best carrier in the United States, as well as the entire carrier battle group. So there, you're talking about all the supply ships. You're talking about all the subs. You're talking about all the AWACS. You could go on and on and on that are present to back up Israel against who? 15,000 Hamas? So they say, Israel says, you got to clear out of northern Gaza in 24 hours. So 1 million people have to move to the southern part of Gaza or the totality of that population, I don't know how it's distributed. Let's say 500,000. 500,000, probably half of those are going to be children. You got 24 hours, collect all your shit. You don't, as far as if you're thinking person, nothing is going to be there when you come home. So it's not like, well, let's just take what we need, which first of all isn't going to be enough. How much water can you carry? How much food can you carry? But everything else, I mean, you're going to want to take, you're not, all those things that you worked for, it's going to be thieved from you if you do come back. But, and probably from fellow Palestinians. But if not, destroyed. You got 24 hours. You better run through Gaza and the central part of the strip. You better run, no matter how infirm, no matter how young, no matter how whatever pregnant you are, you better run. And by the way, there are these claims, they're probably false, that white phosphorus has been used in the city there, which means that it would be all over everything as you go running by it. And if it catches fire, it doesn't stop cooking you until there's nothing left, until there's just ash. And so people can look and see if it's true or not, whether it happened in the past as well, whether or not Israel used white phosphorus. I don't know. I wasn't there. Every piece of information I get's got to come from someplace else. That's why you never take this stuff and you run out into the world and you're like, I have a stance based on this. It makes no sense. Our purpose is to recapture our destiny, to put an end to our victimization, to end anti-whiteism, not to get in endless debates about something happening on the other side of the planet. What matters to us is how it affects us. You can sympathize with innocent people without question, but they're not showing up to protect white people on the basis of what's happening to us. So I'll worry about us. They're worried about them. You can tell they're really worried about them. So I'm gonna worry about us. So they say you got 24 hours. The UN says, oh boy, that's not long enough. I mean, that's going a little too far. You can go ahead and, stretch this out into like total dreamland nonsense. But that's a little too far. You're not going to get all of these people to be in the southern part of this strip to take like one Washington, D.C. and then move it all the way down into the other Washington, D.C. And everything's going to be fine there. And by the way, they're all going to die of thirst. And so the UN's like, you got to turn the water back on for them. You've got to get, so Israel apparently said, okay, we'll give them some more water. Because you know how fast you die without water, especially in an environment like that. I don't know what the temperature is. I heard it was raining. But I imagine even with your mouth open on your back, you don't get much in your mouth. So if you don't have water, probably a lot are going to die. Big humanitarian issue there. And they say, well, we're going to go in. Well, I'm watching the live feed in Gaza, several cameras set up, and you hear machine gun fire. You see explosions. We're about to go in. We're going to go in. What's happening there then? What's this? You got the windows are full of bullet holes. Things have been hit with 200, 500-pound bombs. Buildings. What's happening if you're about to go? Well, we're about to go in. Well, I'm looking at on videos Israeli, and now mind you, be careful about these videos. People will on the internet are lying mother on both sides. They are just know that everything that comes to you immediately say this is a lie, and then after taking that position, you can attempt to assess: is this a current video? Is this a real video? Is this a video even from that region? Don't just automatically think a new video has shown up and golly, I don't need Scooby-Doo because I can just figure this out. Because they're getting people everywhere on both sides of this with bullshit. Don't fall for that. Be an adult. Be mature. This is how the West really does. How Westmen actually operate in the world. We're not led around by our noses, by the shysters of the internet, which seem to be everywhere these days. But you see the personnel carriers. Logic also says that they're going to be in there right away, but they're going to move. They have M1A1 and M1A2 American tank. These are some of the best tanks the best tank that's that is produced in these numbers, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that are lined up and ready to roll into a ghetto. Stop looking at this as though this is a war between a government and country and military called Hamas and a country called Israel. This is a country called Israel taking tanks and personnel, APCs, fully armored, bullets, small arms fire is not going through any of this crap, with night vision goggles and support from Apache helicopters and ROVs, drones of various types that will be satellites looking down. Imagine if we could handle our ghettos like this in the West. Could you imagine? Look at all of these absolute dickless wonder politicians in the West. How many of these females of both sexes get up in front of us that are supposedly the rightfully elected? I'm the rightfully elected senator thus and such, president, prime minister thus and such. And they're like, absolute war on the ghetto in Israel. 500-pound bombs, yes. Drop the laser guided, yes. Dumb bombs, yes. APC 50 cal on top, fully auto, going through 20 houses made out of stone before the round begins to slow down, indiscriminately killing and cutting in half bodies the entire way. Yes. That's how we handle. No. How you handle the ghetto in the United States, how you handle the anti-white terrorists in the United States, you get down on your knees. You get down on your knees and you ask them for forgiveness and you bow your head. If you're white, you better. You'll lose your job. Your wife will leave you. Your children will disown you. If you're white, you better get on your knees. Get on your knees, open your mouth, spread your cheeks. If you're white, that's what you do. Imagine if in Baltimore, now we just had in the UK the other day, I mean, news is coming from everywhere. I'm sorry, my mind is all over about this. I'm beyond time. When you go free, you are beyond time. Over there in the UK, the police beat the shit out of protesters of this invasion of the ghetto in Israel called Gaza. I mean, sort of like over here in America, they call it the hood. In Israel, they call it Gaza. Same thing. Gang members are terrorists here. The anti-white terrorist gang members here. Hamas is terrorists there. So they got this protest going on. The police, who stood idly by, not only that, but they applauded when the anti-whites in the UK pulling down statues of white men in lieu of murdering all the white people, putting nooses around their necks, drowning them in the water, hanging them from trees, setting them on fire, beating them with their fists and clubs and everything. Those police, get out your grievances. Same ones went into the mob, beating the shit out of people who were stomping on an Israeli flag. Beating the shit out of them. Suddenly, if you're non-white in that case, it doesn't matter so much anymore because the victim here is not the white race. Everybody gets this wrong. All of these J-Spurgs out there, they're like, oh, it's because the Jews and the Jews are special. You're just like Buddy Brown. You are the other side of the coin of Buddy Brown. Buddy Browns, they worship the Jews. They all worship. You all hate. You're just the other. You're just the same coin. The problem, the difference there is that the victim is not white men, Western civilization. If the victim is white men, Western civilization, oh, the regime, they're anti-white. They love that. You got two different precious groups, these anti-white, non-white groups, or the members, I guess, that are anti-white of non-white groups. You got them go at each other. Oh, and you're going to get in the mix. So they're over there beating the shit out of them. Imagine if they're pulling the statues down here in the U.S. and we roll M1A2 tanks into the ghetto. Let's see how tough you are now, mother. Let's see how tough. The white man has woke up. The giant has decided to stand. How tough are you now? You're real tough. You're real tough when you can drive a car over a human being. You're real tough when you can break out your pea shooter or whatever kind of gun that we invented and that now you stole and use against us. You're real tough to come against the white race. And this includes all anti-whites, including white people. You're real tough to come across the white race when there ain't nobody shooting back. But I'm going to tell you what, when the white man decides to flex on warfare, you're fucking dead. That's the bottom line, pal. When the white man decides to put a flex on warfare, you are fucking dead. So you can be out there with your do-rag tied around your head the wrong way, your cap on sideways, your pants down around your ankles, whatever it is. Whatever, you could be in all black with your balaclava up around your head, wearing all black with your commie flag and the whole 75 pounds of fat and sinew and bone that you're made of. And when that Abrams starts going off, there ain't nothing left. Imagine if we could do that. But the politicians in the West, all these white neutered bitches up there, and they should be forced to stand up there with no pants on so we can see exactly what they're made of, because we can know this for sure, that their itty bitties are no more impressive than the Constitution that drives these losers. So you get all you need to know by one glance. Is that male? No, honey. No, it's something in between. So they got all kind of fight in them when it comes to the ghetto in Israel. No kind of fight in the United States. You better capitulate. You better turn those tanks over to them, like we were just looking at all these military schools across the United States that produce the leadership class. And what have they done? Discriminated against white people everywhere you look, particularly white males. And we see them actually assuming ghetto poses in the uniforms we design, in the sabers that we design and create, all of the customs that we have developed, and they're striking ghetto poses. Those are the people going to be given the orders. They might not know how to run everything that a M1A1, M1A2 tank can do, like the cell phone, the high-tech cell phones they're walking around with. But they'll know enough to run your house over. And then you'll get like Buddy Brown to die with your gun in your hand. NRA style. I'm going to die with my gun in my hand. I'm going to live and recapture our destiny. So there we are. And here are the anti-whites at Fox talking about it. God damn it.
By the way, I would love to ask what you make of the United States positioning more resources there in the Mediterranean.
Well, thank you for having me this morning. And my compliments to you, all three of you, on laying out the problem set there. I think you've done it very well. And you have really articulated the problems that Israel is going to have. You have a very competent combined arms conventional force going up against a loosely organized but motivated, and that's not a compliment to them, that's just what they are, loosely motivated organization that's going to use every terrorist tactic and unconventional warfare tactic they can use to include civilians, to include tunnels, to include these things. And I've fought in these things personally. The men and women I've commanded have, and it takes time.
Very lightly armed is an understatement. They're lightly armed compared to the police department.
This is not going to be short. And Israel is going to have to use restraint because the international community is going to hold them accountable where they're not going to hold Hamas accountable, which is very unfortunate.
What do you mean? Everybody is absolutely in horror that the terrorists that are Hamas did what they did. They're not a legitimate government. They are a terrorist group. Everybody is horrified by what they did. And yes, everybody is going to hold Israel accountable, or they should. The population, I guess, of the world will hold Israel accountable, whether or not, obviously the Israelis might not, but obviously the leadership in the Western countries won't. But everywhere else, people are going to say, You have the overriding power in this scenario. I mean, for Christ's sake, white people we can't even put rapists to death. We can't even put murderers to death. We have to lightly tap them on the hands, because in the anti-white narrative, it said that, well, you have all the power, you designed the country, and it's all designed to harm non-white people, so you can't take it out on them. So if we can't even for millions and millions and millions and millions of rapes and murders and everything, that's how we have to handle these people. So for all of that, then, yeah, Israel, yeah, you're going to be held accountable.
Nikki Haley has laid this out very well at the strategic level.
Nikki Haley, if there ever was just a trifling, unctuous, syphilitic bitch, Nikki Haley, Nimrata.
Quite frankly, the Biden administration's national security team is weak. Congress is weak. They have given the upper hand to the Iranians, to China, to Russia, to North Korea. They've disrupted many regions of the world. This is just another example of that. And they better be hard and fast diplomatically on Iran, warning them that there will be significant consequences if you get involved in this war.
It says to me, the two carrier groups say to me, scarily, that the United States believes firmly, I might not end up being right, that Israel is going to go way too far with what they do. And they want to have this overarching, this overwhelming power, two carrier groups, to hit Jordan, to hit Syria, to hit Lebanon, parts of Jordan, of course, because the government is firmly on the side, and anywhere else, maybe to also back Turkey off of its support, etc., so that Israel won't have to do it. Because if Israel does it, then more, the thinking, I'm assuming, is going to be, if Israel does it, then more of these Arab countries are going to side with the Palestinians, and it would be a domino effect. But if the U.S. does it, they'll stay out, because there are so many agreements, there's so much trade, there's so much threat from the United States. The problem, of course, is that if the U.S. ends up hitting anything that's Iranian, that could potentially upset Russia and China. And then that opens up the door for more possibilities. Remember, if this shit breaks out, it is all the fault of Israel.
We must support Israel's attack in there. We must back them up. We must support humanitarian assistance. We must put pressure on the Arab countries to accept refugees.
And why is that? Because it would have been that they went way too far. All right, I'll check right now while we're listening for entropy.
We must handle it from inside that region, not outside the region. But the Biden administration has really given up the upper hand on this strategically. Operationally, I think the military is moving in place as a warning to Iran, as a warning to others not to get involved. That is probably prudent, but if we had a comprehensive national security strategy to both balance security at home and abroad in these critical areas, we wouldn't be in this position today. But unfortunately, that has not happened. Now it's time to get behind Israel and support them for however long it takes, because they'll need to use restraint. They're fighting an enemy that's unconventional, that will pull every dirty trick in the book, and that unfortunately takes time.
How concerned are you, General?
Who is going to feed all these people? How are they going to live exposed to the elements? The way to they created this mess in the Middle East. They should have to deal with it and sink or swim on their own. We shouldn't have, like, Blinken going over there, who's supposed to be the representative of America. Blinken goes, supposed to be representing America, the chief representing America. And he goes over and he says he's a Jew. You have to leave. When you assume that role, you have to leave everything else behind you at the door. You can't go abroad and say, well, your allegiance is to America and Jews. Unbelievable.
That should we get involved, then Iran gets involved. Now, I mean, our military is pretty stretched. We're in Ukraine. China's on the move.
And by the way, Russia has stepped up the attacks, unsurprisingly, with all this going on. And what is it? $2 billion I just heard today. $2 billion more that Congress has to hurry up and get their shit together so they can give $2 billion more on all of the other billions to Israel. $2 billion more. What are they going? And is the rest of that money, that, what was it, 25 billion they wanted to give to the war in Ukraine so that more white people can die? Is that going to go through as well? Nothing for the white race. Nothing for the founding stock of these Western countries. Nothing but death and rape and broken contracts with our governments, this social contract that we have as citizens of these countries. Nothing but white erasure of all of our norms and expectations for behavior, all gone. That's what we get.
If this expands beyond Gaza, the Palestinians and the Israelis, and involves us in yet another front, another war, how concerned are you that we...
Was that a, what type of destroyer class was that they were just showing U.S. that I'm sure was either given directly or sold to Israel, shooting pontoon boats that belong to Hamas, or maybe a fisherman that's only allowed to go 6 miles out before hitting this dead ring. You go beyond it and you get dead. Why can't we have a dead ring at the United States for border crossers coming across, whether they be smuggling drugs or human beings or whatever? Why can't we have a dead zone in the water? Why can't we say to all of Central South America and everybody coming to Central South America to come up to the U.S., this is our dead zone? You see, this is the dead zone. You cross this zone here and you die instantly. The military kills you. Why can't we have that? Oh, no. But the politician, Lindsey Graham's, he's like, Lindsey Graham was there, woo, let's do it for Israel. Oh, our hands are tied here in America.
We could even handle it. I mean, our country is broke and our military recruitment is down. Our weapon supplies are down.
Folks, these conservatives keep talking about recruitment being down and all of this sort of. Have you not realized the anti-white oligarchs that run America will fight wars with other populations? They'll use our tech. They'll use our money. They'll use our equipment. They'll use our eyes in the sky, the intelligence from secret services, etc. They'll use all that and just have other populations die.
What do you say to people who are concerned about that?
Well, I think it's a wake-up call to the American people that, during the Biden administration.
Does anybody recognize that mobile artillery? Do we have any military people that worked in artillery? Does anybody recognize it? Maybe you could share in the live chat what it's called, because I'm sure that the vast majority, I could go on record, of the equipment used by Israel is ours.
Our military has become extremely weak. We've become overstretched. Logistically, we could not support really a lot of things that would go on simultaneously in this world, which is unfortunate. I would be very, very concerned. Our military leadership is focused on everything but shoot, move, communicate, and survive on the battlefield and be able to fight and win America's wars. We've seen that over the last few years. It's become quite woke. They can't recruit. They can't.
No, it's become woke. It should be in a coma like us conservatives.
This is a very serious problem for America in its national security apparatus. So I'm very concerned about that.
Holy God, look at that explosion on the bottom right.
And I know other national security folks are. And we can't kid Americans about this. We need to start telling them the truth, which we haven't been doing in a very long time because nobody really wants to hear the truth. We'd rather hear lies and be, coddled than be told the truth about the stark realities of the world today and what it takes to secure a nation and what it takes to secure.
Listen to how the language changes from all of these officials, generals, former commanders. We've already mentioned the politicians. I haven't looked yet, but I'm sure the CEOs of of the biggest international companies are all on board as well. Notice how the language suddenly changes. It's this mealy-mouthed, like kittenish, rolling over. We're so weak. I'm just so weak when it comes to the West. In Italy, like, we don't know how to stop them coming in with our little baby kitten paws. How do we do it? We haven't even grown claws yet. That's how they act. That's how they act. When it comes to Israel, it's like the oceans will bleed red.
Your freedom and liberty. And right now, America has given up the moral ground on that. America doesn't understand what right and wrong is, and they're playing checkers when we should be playing chess, and it's just really an unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in right now. And so this is very important to contain this, and we contain it by enforcing the Abraham Accords. We contain it by putting more sanctions on Iran, stop them from giving oil to China, stop them from giving drones and missiles to Russia. This is what we need to do.
Yeah. Well, General Don Bolduc, thank you for your time this morning.
Yeah, you were an idiot. Thank you for stopping by. Let me see what you all are saying, and we'll take a look at your financial gifts. I have some more news to read. Just a couple of things about, we're going to hit on these Republicans introducing a bill. This looks very interesting. Republicans are introducing a bill to stop the Palestinians from being brought to the United States. Wouldn't that be some shit? Wouldn't that be some shit? But they're not introducing this bill because they care about Western kind. They care about America being a Western country. No, they're introducing it because they see it as a reward for terrorists of a guilty population to allow them to come to the United States. So I guess what? They should die? Republican Party? So you know it's going to fail. We got other things here. Israel-Hamas war, live updates. U.S. Chamber will rush through military aid to Israel, says CNBC. Iranian president warns war could expand. Israel's military continued to urge residents to move from northern Gaza to the south as it pledged to counter Hamas with an even greater force. The Israeli Defense Forces said it would not carry out any military operations along the evacuation route from 10 a.m. local time to 3 a.m. Eastern. That's to 1 p.m. there Sunday. Now, I know people are talking about there was an explosion along an evacuation route, and all of these people who just hate Jewish people because they're born Jewish, they all immediately said, "Oh, that's Israel murdering the women and children." Nobody knows that for sure. Nobody knows. Maybe, but it's just as possible that Hamas is fleeing with the civilians. Why wouldn't they? They're not going to be able to fight. They're not going to. I can't imagine it would have to be the most drugged up terrorists to sit around and say, "I'm going to take on these tanks and APCs and etc. I'm going to take all that on with my AK-47 and my weak grenades that I have and the few RPGs they have." It'd be really insane. What a terrorist group does, if you all haven't learned this yet, is that when the angry government, when the angry overarching and overriding power appears to take care of it, it disappears. Does anybody ever heard of the Vietnam War? Now, granted, the United States didn't fight that war with the intent of winning it. The United States didn't use a fraction of all the tools available. It did not wage a war to win a war. Having said that, where the United States flexed on the Viet Cong, the North Vietnamese, they just disappeared. They just went back into the tribes. They were just suddenly a farmer with his wife and their kids and his cows. And I'm just a farmer. That's how you wage a guerrilla war. That's what terrorists are doing. That's what they do. So it's possible that they were moving explosives and etc., and it went off. That's entirely possible. Or I guess also possible that they were moving the explosive material with women and children in an attempt to protect whatever it might be there, and then Israel did shoot at it and blow it up. I don't know. You don't know. There's no use in getting into a tug of war with people over that. So people will say things, I know it. I can already hear all their arguments. Like, oh, well, they got a long history. Well, what of those incidents are incidents just like this one that you actually don't know? And that you're saying, because you've made a conclusion on those other incidents, that this one, therefore, this conclusion is therefore legitimate. Come on. Whatever. The evacuation orders have been criticized by many humanitarian agencies. However, after negotiations between Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu and Biden, a decision to renew water supplies to parts of Gaza was agreed upon. Israel Energy Minister Katz said on Sunday. The UN warned late Saturday that the lack of water and fuel in Gaza had become a matter of life or death. Of course. It's been off for a week. That's how long it takes to die. Energy Minister Katz said the decision to partially renew water supplies was in line with Israeli policy. Well, except that your hand was forced, wasn't it? Which is to tighten a blockade on Hamas-ruled territory. So you have to ask your question, since I just said, and we'll read from Al Jazeera in a moment, a couple of updates. Since you know that the vast majority of a terrorist network is going to wage conflict as a guerrilla fighter, they're going to go disappear in the population. What is going to be left in the city to kill? What's going to be left to destroy? I mean, like I said, maybe the most doped up Hamas terrorists will hang around, but I'm guessing that the majority are going to just go. So and Israel will know this. How will Israel deal with that? And what might that mean for us? I don't mean us as in America. We are not America. We are not Canada. We are not the United Kingdom. We are not Germany. We are the divested white populations, the founding stock of these countries that have been defeated and robbed of our inheritance, robbed of our destiny, robbed of our leadership, robbed of our intelligence, etc. What does it mean for us? Well, I'll tell you what. If it means that Israel ends up brutalizing the population to find those who are members of Hamas, and people are dying and in misery and starving and etc., and that begins to unite the Arab world and gets the Western world closer and closer and closer to warfare around the globe with potential various countries on various degrees, because warfare is not quite like it used to be. It's very different than the history books in most cases. What does that mean for us? Well, could you see people being drafted? Could you see white guys being drafted because they need the equipment to work properly? They need people to catch bullets on the front of them. They need to steal more of our destiny from us. They need to cripple more of our men. They need to undermine us further. That's why it matters to us. As I said earlier, I don't want any more innocent Israelis to die, and I don't want any innocent Palestinians to die. And as beyond that, I don't want me and my people to be drawn into some conflict that is going to only net us horror for the benefit of others. We got to be done with doing things and suffering for the benefit of others. Israel-Hamas war live. Gazans say Israeli water supply move a distraction. Palestinians say Israelis' announcement to renew water supply to southern Gaza is a publicity stunt, as many water pipes were damaged in the Israeli shelling. Also, without electricity, water pumps to fill the tanks are not working. So isn't that interesting? CNBC's like, oh, they turned the water back on. It's practically fountains in the desert. And then, of course, over here we have, and it's reasonable, it's logical. If there's no electricity, pumps don't work. And if pipes have been bombed to interrupt the water supply, well, then the water simply can't make it. So how many people are actually going to get water? And then is it going to be me and my people, whether it's in America or Canada or the UK? And why aren't you doing enough for the suffering Palestinians, white race? Why haven't you shipped down enough water? Why haven't you shipped down enough food? Why haven't you shipped down enough? Watch, we'll end up paying for it. And then also watch as these boats that were full of things like food and rice and food meal, etc., all that shipped down to Palestine so this humanitarian crisis can be averted as Israel goes through one by one, trying to figure out who is a member of Hamas, that these ships turn around and they come back full to some degree of Palestinians. How much do you want to bet? Wouldn't that be some shit? Wouldn't that be some shit? I mean, this whole thing from the beginning, from the very beginning, when these people decided they were going to be something called Zionists, and Herzl, a journalist, starts writing about this. And the white race gets involved. From day one, we've been paying. From day one, we've been suffering. From day one, it's been all this hatred directed against us, and we don't get jack shit out of it. Eviscerated, impoverished, hated terrorist attacks on us. What do we get out of it? Oh, well, if you ask the Buddy Browns, well, God will like us more, these Bible shyster types. God will like us more. This is a funny way that God rewards us, isn't it? So really, impoverishment is an interesting way for God to reward us. I think maybe you have an incorrect interpretation of Christianity. If your idea is worship Jews in Israel as God's chosen, I think you have the wrong idea. No matter how wonderful an individual Israeli person might be, no matter how wonderful. I knew an Israeli guy working with the intelligence services in the United States. Saw him at the gym all the time. Nice guy. Totally nice guy. I'm sure his whole family were nice people, and wonderful relatives, etc. I'm sure of it. Do it on your own. You're not suffering for me. You're not paying for all of my stuff. You're not incurring all of the wrath of the world for my things. I haven't even seen you express one time how awful it is that I and my people are being white erased from the countries that we create. An estimated 1 million Gazans have been displaced in the first 7 days of conflict with Israel, according to the United Nations agency supporting Palestinian refugees. As aid groups said, the situation in the besieged enclave is catastrophic. Okay, enough of that. I've got, I guess entropy's not working for you. So thanks for that info. It appears to be working here. House Republicans introduce bill to block Palestinian refugees to protect America's national security. House Republicans are moving to introduce legislation to block the United States from accepting any new Palestinian refugees who may emerge from the current crisis in Gaza. Experts told the Post that more than 1 million such refugees could be created as Israel continues its bombardment of Hamas-controlled enclave, one of the most densely populated regions in the world. So this is Tom Tiffany and Andy Ogles. Maybe he ogles Tiffany. I don't know what's up. But they told Breitbart News that they plan to imminently introduce, just say introduce, the, quote, guaranteeing aggressors Zero Admission Act. So all the Gazans, look at how despicable this is. These two right here, and I totally agree. Not one Not one. Don't bring a single one here. The doors are closed as far as I'm concerned. Nobody else coming into the West. It's ours. We're going to deal with our problems. Stay the fuck out. I don't care how hard it is where you came from. I'm worried about me and my people and how hard it's getting for us. So not one. But look at these absolute dogs, these bitches, that they would say to women and children and elderly and handicapped and innocent men in this population that have been displaced by an invasion on their ghetto by a first world military, that you are not, absolutely in no way, fleeing war and innocent and in need of help and humanitarian aid. In no way you are worthy of that. Absolutely no way. You know, there are no militaries invading Venezuela. There are no militaries invading Mexico or Guatemala or all these Honduras. But those people, that's a humanitarian crisis. They're refugees. But if they come from Palestine, because they happen, to be Arab and from this ghetto, the Gaza Strip, or Palestinians, I guess I should say, then they're not refugees. Then they're all guilty. Where was Tiffany and Ogles a couple of years ago when anti-white terrorists were murdering people left and right, burning halls of records, taking statues down in lieu of the white people that they would like to murder, and ritualistically murdering? Where were these guys? Did they come out and say, oh, well, that entire community, whether they were involved or not, they're going to suffer? How about when people come from Guatemala or Honduras in the United States and they cross the border illegally, demonstrating that they have no concern for me and my norms and our laws and etc. They have nothing but contempt for it. And then they rape the shit out of some white girl, murder her. Where are these guys saying, not another one from Honduras? They're nowhere to be found. They don't give a shit about the white race. No, because it's easy to villainy signal, puff your chest out, and I am such a good person by this anti-white immoral metric, this measuring stick. I am more anti-white than the other end. So this is the social morality that's forced upon us. It's the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative. That's what's forced on us. That's the social morality of the West. And that's what these two clowns, they're puffing their chests up about. We're not going to let them in. If they hurt white people, that's fine. That's fine. Come on in. They hurt other non-white groups? No. That's impermissible. That won't be tolerated. Absolutely despicable. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. We're going to get right now, segueing beautifully, perfectly into Tucker Carlson talking about immigration. Let me pull that up on the screen. Having a hell of a good gathering today, goddammit. 5+ million views on this. Tucker's tirade, using the lexicon. God bless the work that we're doing. God bless every single one of you. Cheers! Cheers! To white well-being, all of us, we are the best. Hello to everybody over there at Rumble. If anybody's showing up, hello to you. Fire something of peace. Hello to you. Missouri Battle Flag. JS. Over here on D Live, I got a bunch of stickers. Thank you all for posting stickers. And on Odyssey, we have a financial gift of 1 library token from Riverland Active Club, I think is what it says. Thank you for that 1 library token. This will be my first time sitting down and taking a full listen to your show. Gathering, brother. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Salute. 5 library tokens from Who to Thunk It. Thank you so much for those tokens. I'm so pissed off about the anti-whites in the future who will feel they're forced by circumstance to represent our people only to keep treating the needs of our people with, what is that, claiming to lead us? Oh, yeah. Levity and claiming to lead us. These sanctimonious, those sanctimonious that'll bleed heart for non-white people, but force white babies to bleed with them. Yeah, so true. Thank you for that, brother. Thank you for those library tokens that swivel around this way. Lucky Lunder is here. Imagine if Tucker had you on his show. We changed the world overnight. Beautifully written, my friend. So true. We would change the world overnight. We got to make it happen. He's interviewed some real losers. So if losers can be on the show, then winners like us can be on the show. See, True Seeker says, when the great white wolf awakes, the anti-whites will feel his wrath. Brother, I'm riding him. I'm riding that damn thing every night. Every day we have the gathering, I'm on the white wolf. Eric is here. Great to see you. Are you doing calls today? Yep, later today. I would love to call in and share a few victories. Do it, man. Make sure you message me so that I see your message and can call you there. Tucker needs to interview you. Yes, he does. Gentile Gentleman is here. Hails, brother. Big Promethean hails to you. So many champions. We're going to keep rolling. Walker Humphrey. They really do call this a reward and love things getting worse because that means the end times are approaching. Yeah. Anybody saying that needs to be slapped. All right, over here, and we're going to fire up Tucker, so don't go anywhere. What does Tucker have to say?
Continents, but they are not. Nations are defined by the people who live in them. That is the most basic of all observations about the world.
What's happening at the southern border, writes Tucker on episode 30, isn't just an invasion, but a crime. That's kind of redundant. Maybe he means like a moral crime. The politicians and NGOs responsible for it are criminals. Maybe he means moral criminals who should be punished accordingly. Boy. Tucker. Promethean salute to you, my friend. Who wants to see me and Tucker on stream together? Who wants to see that? Financially gifting today. We have Cassie with her new Daughter of the West. Financially gifting $1.50. Thank you so much on Cash App. She says with those $1.50 white baby financial gift. Says for no white guilt. God bless you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. We also have Dr. Igor. Make sure you salute. Quadruple salutes for Dr. Igor. Raucous emojis, 95s in the chat. Crowns for his head. Maybe some dinosaurs out there. Some gems for his feet. 50 white well-being dollars as we begin listening to the one and only Tucker, and you reach out to your communities, your circles of influence, and you tell them that we are going free, that this is a gathering and we are recapturing our destiny. $50. Dr. Igor says, you keep it real, Jason, exclamation point, 07, exclamation point. A big 07 to you, my dear brother. There are some more financial gifts. I see them. We will get to them. Hold tight. We got to roll with Tucker, the Tuckinator. The Tuckinator.
China is different from Barbados, and not just because of geography. Austria and Zimbabwe are both landlocked countries in the middle of large continents, but they are not the same. That's because their populations are different. If you have a country brimming with people who work hard, believe in Christianity and Western standards of fairness, and are willing, therefore, to settle their differences without violence, you will likely have a peaceful, prosperous nation.
Here's the thing, Tucker. Anybody who represents him, anybody who's helping him find guests, Tucker can use me as the foil. I will say that these differences are bio-spiritual. And then Tucker can go, really, you think? Maybe. And then I can point out how other peoples of the world, non-white peoples, can beautifully imitate those standards when they don't have numerical courage. Because numerical courage causes their biospirit to manifest in the world around them. That creates the cultural arms race. You've seen it throughout history. So when you have a percentage of non-white people that they don't have numerical courage and they can contribute to our societies, and they have beautifully, good people of all races have contributed to the West. And I and good white people are deeply grateful for all of those contributions, and they're not less because they came from non-white people. But the reality also is that if we have too many of any of these other groups, the environment begins to change, as Tucker's talking about here, from one that is clearly white, Western. To be redundant, it's the same thing. Western is white. White is Western. It doesn't exist. It's recreated every moment by white people. It's not something that you can hand over and then another group can work it for however long. It's something that's recreated every moment. As I said about the story about the goose and the golden egg. The golden egg was the goose. The goose is the golden egg. The golden egg is not inside of the goose. The golden egg is not outside of the goose. It only exists as long as the goose exists. If that fable was taken to its rightful conclusion, the moment they cut the goose open, the golden egg that they did have would disappear. That's what happens with populations in the world. You would not have a Tibet if you got rid of the people who create Tibet. You wouldn't have these different countries if you got rid of the people that make them. And where does that making come from? It's not just something you learn. It's an instinct projected onto the world. And we know that because everywhere that each group of people goes, they recreate what and who they are. And there isn't a cosmic better or worse. There just is.
You will have Sweden 50 years ago, before millions of non-Swedes arrived. If, by contrast, you have a nation full of people, however friendly and cheerful they may be, who don't believe in any of that, who embrace tribalism rather than universal principles of justice, who think 40 hours a week is too much for a man to work, and who, for whatever reason, have low impulse control, then you will get a place like Congo, a country that has remained in a state of perpetual civil war since before most Americans were born. It's that simple. There's a reason the German sections of southern Brazil are affluent and orderly, while Amazonia is not.
Now, got to be careful. And this is why you have to have me come on there, because he just gave a door, a get out of the immoral reprobate conclusion to millions of conservatives. You cannot give white people a way out, a way to be cowardly, I guess I should say. You can't give white people a way to be cowardly because they will take it. Why? Not because they're inherently cowardly, but because they are inherently and also educated to be selfish individuals. And as a selfish individual, the only logical conclusion is that you should take this door that Tucker has left open, which is what? that you can learn to be white. All of these countries around the world can just learn to be white. That's all it is. It's just something you learn. No, it is something that people of every race can imitate when they are in our midst and they don't have numerical courage. Just like I could imitate being Chinese. I could do it perfectly. You wouldn't believe how good I could do it. Everybody would say, this white guy is more Chinese than the Chinese. I could do it beautifully. But you take me to the moon or something, and I couldn't make China. I couldn't, no matter how much of its history I knew. Anything I would make would ipso facto would be Western, would be white, because it's coming from me. Don't give selfish, individualistic white people a way to be cowardly, because they will take it.
It's because of the people. This is obvious. No honest person denies it or has ever denied it. But in this moment of national madness that has gripped the United States, our leaders are pretending that none of it is true, although, of course, they know perfectly well that it is true. The result is a country, our country, that is changing faster than it ever has, but not through democratic means. Instead, by force, through waves of mass immigration that not a single American voted for. What's happening?
Okay, since 1965. And America was lied to, by the way. Kennedy and them, I don't give high school history lessons. That's what the rest of the white sympathetic sphere does, who dabble in that sort of thing to doom grift. They give these like high school tier history lessons. It's so soporific, I can't stand it. You can look into it for yourself. All you need to know is that the population of America and the rest of the West was lied to about immigration. There'd be no change. Everything is still going to be American apple pie. All your streets are still going to be Leave It to Beaver. It's going to be white kids everywhere and big cars and pretty ladies, and nothing will change. It's just going to be like, well, maybe you'll see one extra non-white person here and one extra non-white person there. And of course, white people are like, well, that's kind of cool. We like variety. That's how we ended up this way. That's why we have so many of these different hues and everything. We like variety. It ends up being a weakness. I actually gave speeches about that many years ago. Ends up being a great weakness. This wonderful variety. But we like variety, so it's good. And what did they actually do? The anti-white oligarchs already had conquered the United States. What did they do? They were like, close them doors to them white countries. Everything is, not only were the doors opened to the non-white countries of the world and their populations, not only was that done, but there was a giant sucking noise. It was just like Spaceballs with that giant vacuum. They turned on a gigantic vacuum and sucked non-white people to this country at the fastest rate that they could. And people like me have been getting slandered and hated, and have, like, girls that I'm dating, parents hate me because I was always willing to say the truth in a moral way. I wasn't hating on other groups of people, but I was willing to stand up where other white people weren't, and hating on me because of it. And now what do you see? Now you got him all the way up to the Tucker Carlson, and he's making the millions. How much did Jason make? Squat. Jason doesn't make king squat. You got people now like Tucker coming along, and they're like, oh yeah, let me just echo what Jason has been saying for decades. While he pays for his beautiful homes, and more power to him. More power to him. But you have people who are the real yeomen, and the white race should honor these people.
Is a crime. It violates both federal law and the core precept of democracy, which is that citizens get to govern their own countries.
And that's you can't make this argument, Tucker. I could tell you this quietly, privately, because they'll vote to change. That's the problem with all of these arguments about the laws. Shut up with the laws. They interpret them whatever way they want, and they rewrite them.
This is election rigging on a mass scale, and it's fueled by anti-white racial hostility. That is not a guess. The people doing it say so out loud. They brag about it. They are criminals. They must be punished for what they have done.
Treason, and the proper punishment for that level of treason.
In the meantime, it's worth knowing exactly what they are doing. This was the scene at the so-called border at El Paso, Texas the other day.
Wait, so that's not the dead zone, the no man's zone, where everybody gets gunned down? Is that not in Israel? No? Oh, so these people are going to be, they're going to be welcomed. They're going to get a phone. They're going to get a court date in the next 10 years or so. They're going to be given some kind of identification. They're going to be given access to welfare in the United States, and they're going to be given white female naughty bits. Wow. It's a completely different scenario. Isn't it interesting?
That's your country being invaded. It will never be the same. Republicans in Congress, the Republican governor of Texas, do nothing as this happens. Democrats cheer it on. They know that America will soon be a one-party state, and they'll be in charge. Immigration is the reason. Todd Bensman joins us now from the border. He's a long.
But it's not immigration for the votes. The votes are a secondary, tertiary, etc. benefit to anti-whiteism. If you are viewing this from the right position, that becomes clear. There are various types of benefits from anti-whiteism. And for a politician who's basing his vote 100% on anti-whites, anti-whiteism, that becomes a benefit.
Longtime journalist and the author of the new book, Overrun, How Joe Biden Unleashed the Greatest Border Crisis in American History. Todd, thanks so much for joining us. Where are you?
I am in Piedras Negras, which is in Mexico, just across from Eagle Pass, Texas. This has been a red hot spot for illegal immigration for the last couple of weeks.
Who's coming across, do you think, and how many?
Right now, immigrants from 160 different countries are crossing this border. These are going to be people from other than Mexico and other than Central America.
And stop this, folks. Don't do this in our circles. Don't be like, well, it's not Mexico. Like it would be okay if Mexico gave all of their criminals and insane asylum criminals, etc., to the United States. Then that's fine. But it's people from elsewhere. Come on. It doesn't matter. Close the border. And I don't care how good the people are that are coming from abroad. Genuinely good, genuinely moral, they want to come and they want to participate. I don't care. We are in a bad state.
Really from all over the world, Middle Easterners, people from every country of Africa, and the numbers are absolutely stupendous. This mass migration crisis of the last 36 months, 30 plus months, broke every record in the national history books already. But now we're in a surge that is breaking all of those records. We're looking at 14,000 apprehensions a day, 10,000, 11, 12,000 a day, where like 1,000 a day once upon a time a few years ago was considered a national emergency. Is 14,000. We're looking at probably pushing 300,000 plus a month, and I think it's going to be closer to 400,000 a month if you consider the.
They're all going back. They all have to go back. Bottom line, you do not get to illegally enter our home. And when I say our home, I mean Western civilization. You do not get to illegally enter our home and get to stay. The West, I think, what's her name? What's her name? Serena? What's her name? I can't remember right now. The West is not an economic zone for economically upwardly mobile non-white people from around the globe. Look off. Make your money in your country. This is our house. This is our home. Go home.
The CBP One app where they're bringing them in over the ports of entry. You don't see those ones. And flying tens of thousands directly from foreign countries into 43 American.
Flying them into countries. I swear to, if I were in charge, boy, this would end so fast. Israel's talking about sending a message to the ghetto, and that will last with their ghetto for generations. I would make that I would make that statement for the anti-whites in the West, at least certainly in America, be real, not just a threat. not just a threat.
Airports directly. So you don't see all that. There's going to be a lot of runners and gotaways as well to add to that.
And I think we've got to operate on the assumption that none of these people are going back to their countries of origin, that all of them are being supported by American taxpayers and have an expectation of staying here.
Absolutely. First of all, we're pushing 5 million people that we know for sure are inside the country in a very short period of time. Just the logistics of trying to track down everybody and execute deportation orders. And it's just, they're just going to, your odds if you're an individual immigrant who crossed in and stayed in are just phenomenal that you can just disappear.
They're going to be saying, well, we're not able to collect them and bring them in because now they have formed colossal mafias. And so all we can do now is placate them.
Into the ether of the country. Nobody's leaving.
So you're describing a total collapse of the rule of law.
Absolutely. If you come to the U.S. southern border, if you are able to get over this river behind me and into the hands of Biden's Border Patrol, you are guaranteed entry and stay in the United States. You're almost guaranteed. In addition to that, the administration has put together 3 or 4 different what they call lawful pathways that they are enabling people to cross, like kind of pre-legalized, pre-approved. They just kind of came up with this off the top of their heads. But like hundreds of thousands of foreign nationals are entering that way. 1 to 5 different ways that you can enter the country and successfully stay for a long term, because the whole calculus for the immigrants is if I lay down $10,000 in smuggling fees, I want a return on investment. And that is entry and long-term stay so I can pay it back. And that is guaranteed right now. So Honduran villages are emptying out. Population transfers are happening right now from places like Cuba, Guatemala, African countries. People are coming, they're emptying out of their countries and coming through because there's a return on that smuggling investment to get here because we are letting them in. We are deporting almost no one. We are detaining almost no one. I've interviewed thousands of these immigrants. On the other side at the bus station, you can find them with their papers 24 hours after they get caught crossing over here. They're stamped in and they're on.
Think about this. All these anti-whites in places like New York and Chicago, where it's affecting them negatively, there's still this is why you go after anti-whiteism, how we're victimized, because it doesn't matter how much it negatively affects them. There are going to be don't anthropomorphize all anti-whites. Anti-whites are disparate. They're multitudinous and multifarious. They are everywhere. So they're always going to be, they're going to say, well, yeah, there's going to be more crime, but I won't be picked out of the herd, most likely, to be victimized by this. And what really makes it worth it is that it harms white people and what white people have created. They'll be for it no matter how bad it gets. So that's what these appeals that they keep making in the conservatopia landscape, that, well, it's just things are getting worse. Things are going to change. It's just endlessly talking about that isn't going to change any of their minds. And it doesn't help conservatives. It's just the doom grifting. Look how bad it is. Let's start talking with concepts that empower us so that we can stop this. I want to see news items about them being shipped back, about the criminals being shipped back. That's what I want to see.
On a bus to New York City or wherever, all across the country.
We are not, like you said, it's our criminal political class and the criminal NGOs who are pilot fished on that class who are making this possible. But most people.
Wow. Tucker just said so. You almost think that Tucker was listening. How many times have I said not to say we? And that's something conservatives do all the time. We are like, why are we bringing them all in? Like, if somebody is punching you in the face and you say to yourself, why am I punching myself in the face? How can you stop the punching in the face? That's how dumb the conservative leadership is. I made these arguments while working on the Hill. That's how dense they are. They still don't get it.
People are totally opposed to this. It's supposed to be our country. We're supposed to be its owners. We're paying for this. And I wondered, in an earlier age, you would of course see American men with their own rifles standing on the border stopping it. Does there come a point where people just say, there's a criminal government and we're going to stop the invasion of everyone?
That's a good question. Let's see what the answer is. But let's hope that Tucker doesn't follow this up with episodes about who and what America really is. That begins with a big visual of Rosa Parks and some black conservative YouTuber to tell us what America is and how America is black and red and yellow and brown and also white. because that would be just falling right back into anti-whiteism.
Our country.
I mean, listen, ultimately, this is an electoral issue. This is going to come down to the 2024 election. Who is in the inauguration seat in January?
Tucker just said the entire political class is corrupt, and this guy's saying it's an electoral issue. Back to the voting.
2025. This thing started in a 24-hour period. You can trace it right to the day it started, Inauguration Day 2021. It has a very distinct beginning, and it can be ended in 24 hours just as well, with the kind of policies that make that smuggling investment not worth it, not worth the risk. That's really what the calculus is. And also remember that.
Can somebody tell me where Tucker says anti-white so I can fast forward to that?
You know, I've never met an immigrant who wasn't equipped with a cell phone, a modern cell phone connected to social media, and everybody down trail is very keyed in on their phones to everybody up trail. And when we as the U.S. government let them in, that immediately broadcasts to the entire world of aspiring immigrants.
Oh, did I miss it? Shit. That's how common it is for me.
And that's when villages empty out. And that's what's
That was
happening
at the
right
beginning.
now.
Okay.
The only way to really stop this is with policies that take away the reward for laying your smuggling money down on the green felt.
I mean, you're in Texas. I don't know if you live there full time, but you're certainly there a lot.
No, I've talked about on Jason Goes Political how to fix the border issue. There are obviously things like they're talking about here, them incentivizing them coming in. But yeah, you get rid of those incentives. But then there's something you could do. And already being done, 38th parallel.
When you visit Texas now, it's very obvious that the state has changed, and for the much worse. Litter everywhere, it's chaotic. The political balance is changing because the demographic balance is changing. Do people in Texas see this as an emergency, do you think? And if so, why is nobody doing anything about it?
Yes, I do believe that. I mean, there is a dawning realization, not just in Texas, but in cities like Chicago and New York and Boston and Miami and everywhere else, where unfunded masses of people are suddenly showing up with, nobody expected this. We weren't budgeted for this. We don't have anywhere to put them or anywhere to feed them. And that is just getting going. You ain't seen nothing yet compared to what's coming. And in Texas, you have the big cities. Obviously there are, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people settling in those cities, and they're settling everywhere else too. And you can't not notice it. The regular voter, the regular American, anybody, Democrats too, can't help but notice this as a big pocketbook issue and some other issues too. This is
that. There you go with and I don't blame the guy. He's not going to be able to create the go free method. But it was right back to the conservative talking point. We all agree about this. The Democrats agree, and it's so sickening hearing it.
Transformative what's happening
yes.
To the United States. If we've had 5 million, and that's an undercount, now we very well may have another 3 or 4 million by the end of the first Biden term.
Yeah. So these are permanent changes, and again, this is the greatest crime ever.
Permanent change, my ass.
Trade on the American people. Last question. Since we saw the tragedy in Israel just a few days ago, tied directly to borders, immigration, the nature of the population, et cetera, et cetera. Is anybody concerned? Anybody in the Biden administration or among the criminal NGOs making?
It doesn't matter how many white people get killed by terrorism. It just doesn't matter. That's why they don't care.
It's possible.
But you watch, they'll all get real nervous if one non-white group starts killing another non-white group. Then it will be move heaven and earth. And what have we always seen when that's happened? Every single time, totally in keeping with our explanation of what's taking place, we see that the government moves to stop one non-white group from harming another non-white group and then blames it all on white people every single time.
About combatants coming into our country, these seem like mostly men of war age to me. Did anyone say anything about that?
They're talking, yes, combatants coming in, but they're more like the foot soldiers of the mafia. That's what it's going to be. It's that we talk about combatants, and I think we can get a little delusion there that that's like they're going to come at you with a flag and you're going to see them marching over the landscape. No, it's going to look like just some guy who is non-white in these cases and anti-white that you're not going to be able to criticize, because you're white, and then that person's going to be showing up for the shakedown money. Oh, you like your neighborhood to stay safe? Pay up.
Well, last month I was invited to testify before the House Judiciary Committee on terrorist travel over the southern border. And in my testimony, I pointed out that, we've had a record-breaking number of immigrants apprehended who are on the FBI's terrorism watch list already. Those are the ones we caught among 1.8 million that we never caught, estimated, and that's a low estimation.
Wow.
And I couldn't help but notice during my testimony that the Democratic side of the desk, the dais, they would withdraw and go into their cell phones and start looking at TikTok and Facebook, and they were not interested. Almost kind of like the Israelis, maybe before this incredible, devastating attack by Hamas. There is a complacency, and I think by half of the country, terrorist organizations are imaginative, just like we saw, and it's not.
This is so, they don't understand. This is a selfish, individualistic white population. They're going to be doing their personal assessment. What are the odds it's going to find me? How can I get away? How can I pledge allegiance to it, etc.? And by the way, you see all these white people who are pledging like allegiance to Israel, a non-white group, like you just would not ever see. I mean, just anything that they can do is a perfect manifestation of what I said that white people do because of this selfish individualism. So you're not going to be able to go out there and tell the world, but well, by God, there's this massive power, this non-white group that's so powerful, and they're just going to do whatever they want with the world. That's how bad they are. They're behind everything, and you're not going to be able to say that. First of all, it's not true. It's inaccurate. But you're not going to be able to say that because look at what the white people are doing. Look at what they're doing. How many times do I got to tell you dum-dums out there? Those are not the people here in service to white well-being, the knights of the white table. But everybody else out there, look at this is what the white people do. When you tell them there's this overarching overpower, they get out their resumes. Sake.
Huge leap to consider that somebody might come in here through this completely collapsed southern border and go into a shopping mall or do something.
Okay, yeah, that's the only problem. That's the only problem with immigration, border crossers, whatever you want to call it. That's the only problem, is that there might be a terrorist. If you tell white people that, the point I was just making, these selfish, individualistic people are going to say, what are the odds that the one terrorist or the 5 terrorists are going to find me while I'm shopping? And then they're going to not participate. You need white people to use concepts that unite them without them even wanting that to happen in defense of our totality for their selfishness. If you don't do that, as I have figured out how to do, then all you're doing is you're telling them, hey, go ahead, find a way out of this, give yourself an excuse to not participate so that you could put it off a little bit longer.
Something else at some point.
Yeah. Well, if there was ever a reason to have a citizens militia, this is it, I would say. Todd Bensman, appreciate so much your reporting. Thank you for joining us. So just to restate, this is not organic. It's not an accident. It's not a natural disaster. Our country is being invaded because our political class welcomed, invited, and then abetted the invasion. Democrats are power-drunk nihilists.
Gentile Gentleman says he and some guys have created a podcast on YouTube called Western Kind for Christ. We just recorded an episode today about the Middle Eastern conflict. It's up tomorrow. Brother, DM me with the URL for that. That sounds fantastic. We'll check it out. Thank you all for doing that. That is a magnificent service to white well-being.
The Republicans elected to hold them in check are unfortunately dishonest cowards. It does not need to be this way.
That's worthy of hearing again.
So just to restate, this is not organic. It's not an accident. It's not a natural disaster. Our country is being invaded because our political class welcomed, invited, and then abetted the invasion. Democrats are power-drunk nihilists. The Republicans elected to hold them in check are unfortunately dishonest cowards.
Okay, that's an inaccurate assessment. Power-drunk nihilists, no. Because, and this goes to a deeper issue about the inability and therefore the immediate apathy in a person, in a white person, when they hear that a group of people is populated by malefactors or people who have bad characters. A power-drunk nihilist, that's just somebody with a bad character. I can't do anything about that. Those things exist in the world. You can't tell people that. And then the Republicans are just trying to keep them in check and not doing a good job at it. Well, then that's something white people are endlessly forgiving of. Oh, they just failed? Well, they need to try. Everybody gets a star now. Everybody gets a attaboy. Everybody gets a pat on the back. No, they're anti-white light. And if given the opportunity, they would be anti-white hardcore, distilled anti-whiteism.
It does not need to be this way. Dominik Tarczynski is a member of the European Parliament. He's from Poland, and he's unapologetically working to protect his country from radical demographic change.
I guess we'll come back. This looks interesting. Talking now about Poland. Let me see. How much more do we have here? Yeah, there's plenty of time. We could watch the rest of that. We're going to take a quick look at the other financial gifts that we have, and we're going to continue to roll. We have here, let's get out your raucous emojis. 07s, 95s in the chat. Quadruple 07s, ladies and gentlemen. Quadruple 07s. For the one and only First Last, who's in the live chat right now. God bless him. First Last, financially gifting 100 white well-being dollars. God bless you, brother. 100 white well-being dollars, and these dollars are in memory, he says, of our fallen angel, Patricia. And brother, I'm not Janikova. I can't see the diacritical marks there, which ones they are. But Patricia, she was a singer. God bless you, brother. And you could tell folks where they can find 100. Make sure you celebrate the great First Last for that 100 white well-being dollars in memory of Patricia Janikova, as best a pronunciation as I can do on the spur of the moment. And keep your raucous emojis going. Keep them going for the great No White Guilt clips. And we'll get right back to Tucker, the Tuckinator. 100 saluting dollars. $107 from No White Guilt clips. Make sure you drop the crowns on the heads of both of these gentlemen. Gems at their feet. 95s in their hearts. Quadruple, 007s. Dinosaurs, if you can find them. Spread out the dinosaurs, because these people are the new dinos of the age. Powerhouses. God bless both of these men. First Last, No White Guilt clips. 100 saluting dollars. 107. Thank you, brother. We love you both. Thank you so very much. And we'll get back to the other financial gifts here shortly. And after this, a short break, and we'll be back with swashbuckling announcements. We have a few, and a back and forth I had with somebody in the community, or at least a periphery, a disagreement. You're going to want to stick around for that, because there's some good education. He's kind of hostile with me.
Which nobody welcomes in any country on planet Earth. We thought it'd be interesting to talk to him now, and we're grateful that he's joining us. Dominik, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you very much for having me.
So I want to just frame this for people who haven't been following it with a conversation that you had with a kind of bewildered interviewer. I believe this was Channel 4 in Great Britain. Here's how it unfolded.
How many refugees has Poland taken?
0.
And you're proud of that?
If you are asking me, if you're
just say yes. What an anti-white witch. I bet she leaves a snail trail everywhere she goes. I bet you that's how many times she's been on her back as she leaves. She just doesn't even use her legs anymore. She just can leave a trail.
asking me about Muslims illegal immigration, none, not even one will come to Poland, not even one if it's illegal. We took over 2 million Ukrainians who are working, who are peaceful in Poland. We will not receive even one Muslim because this is what we promised.
But I asked not about illegal immigrants, I asked about refugees. And Jean-Claude Juncker, the Commission President, says that you're racist. You sound proud of the fact that you haven't taken any refugees.
Of course, because this is what our people are expecting from our government. That's number one. This is why our government was elected. But this is why Poland is so safe. This is the reason why we had not even one terrorist attack. Look at this.
I'm loving this guy. I'm loving him. They need to have me over there. I could teach the government. They could send their specialists over. They could hang out with me. I'll teach them about the Go Free method, and they can implement that in Polish. We already have folks over there going free, implementing the strategy. It's working there in their conversations with their friends and family. So it will work for the totality of Poland. Could you imagine if Poland started using the key concepts and more of them, how powerful they would be? Right now, it's just like this bluster against this anti-white outside forces that are slowly creeping in. And make no mistake, in the beginning, across all of our countries, people talked like this. And it was undermined because that's how anti-whiteism works.
The streets in Poland, and we can be called populists, nationalists, racists. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
Nah, he should go after her for being anti-white and using that anti-white slur.
It's so unbelievable. That woman, I don't know what the word for repulsive in Polish is, but she qualifies. Anyway, I just want to say I think it's the greatest exchange I've seen in a long time.
She was surprised by the honest words. She was so surprised.
So tell us about your thinking on this question. You don't seem embarrassed at all. God bless you. But why are you not embarrassed? Why are you not like everybody else in Europe?
Because I'm proud, because I love Poland, because I love my mother, my sister, my daughters, our daughters as a families, because we care about them, because we are not afraid to
say sons. We need to start saying that more. We absolutely do. Our men are not expendable. Our boys are not expendable. When a ship is going down, this idea that all the women and children go is horseshit. All of the youth go because they have yet to live life. If you would put some, I mean, I would not want to be confronted with it. But if there's some like 60 or 50-year-old woman or something, and there is some 15-year-old boy, I'm going to tell the woman, no, he goes. You've lived a life. He's going to get it. He's going to get a life now. Our boys are not less valuable. Our men are not less valuable. Into that shit.
say no. Most of the spineless politicians, leftist politicians in here, in European Parliament, in Brussels, they are afraid. They want to be the part of this leftist way of thinking flat, I would say. And Poland is completely different. I must say Poland is, I would say, the last stronghold of normality, Christianity, family values in Europe. Obviously, Hungary are doing good as well, but by the size, we are the ones who are very much attacked at the moment. So we are not afraid. We believe in Poland. We are skyrocketing. When you see the data from here, from Eurostat, Eurostat is an official body in European Parliament in here. By the Eurostat, Poland is the safest country in Europe. And the question is why? Never changed since we took power. Since 2015, there is a very, very simple policy: zero illegal migration.
No, that's not the reason why. God, you're so close, guy. I really like you. There are a lot of reasons, and they are all based in biospirit.
Which means zero terrorist attacks.
By the time you get to the conversation of not bringing in people who are disproportionately violent, you've already given the most valuable reasons. That's where you have to be talking. If you talk about bringing these people in, and that's the reason why we're safe, then they can make arguments. And where does it matter? On the brothers and sisters who will have these conversations in their homes and at the lathe and at the water cooler, etc., that will very easily undermine the position that, pardon me, all immigration results in illegality and crime and horrible people. So it's better to start with the strongest positions than wait to get to that, or to start rather with that.
Poland is the only country in Europe without terror attack. We don't have stabbings, we don't have rapes in parks, we don't have all this rubbish in Poland. Why? Because we are very, very strict on migration. As a lawyer, I was listening to your conversation. As a lawyer, I'm doing my PhD on international law and human rights. I must confirm, they are not refugees. They are illegal migrants who committing crime. They are criminals. They should be sent back, punished, and then sent back from wherever they came from. So people are afraid to say obvious facts, and we are not afraid. That's why we are so successful. Again, Eurostat, the lowest unemployment, the highest GDP growth. We are just booming. And the most important, one of the lowest debts in Poland, public debts. But the most important thing is zero illegal migration equals zero terror attacks. The safest place in...
That's not the only problem, it's a terror attack. But there are plenty of other crimes, but I'm loving him.
Europe. Poland. That is why I've got this motto in here, be like Poland. I don't know if you can see it. That's my personal motto, because I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Poland. Look at the data and then answer yourself. Do you want to be like Poland, or you want to be like, unfortunately, some borders in Europe?
Poland, reach out to me. Have me come over there. I'll show up the next day.
And in the United States. And I must say, President Trump was right about the wall. President Trump, you are an inspiration. Thank you for it.
What did I say about Trump and how he inspires white people all the way around the world? It's almost like I'm right just about 100% of the time. Very close.
We built the wall, and no one is able to come to Poland. Wall is the part of our safety. So President Trump was right, but most of these leftists are
anti-whites, my friend, anti-whites.
Too low to say, yes, he was right. They would never admit it because they are wrong. So that's very simple. That's a common sense. That's nothing unusual for us, for Polish, to be brave, to believe in our own nation, to love our families, to take care about our families and our country, and then think about someone else. That's so simple.
It is so simple. But I asked you.
What do they say? What do the little girls say when they say things at the same time? Jinx. Jinx on, and then what happens? Do I punch him? I don't know how the game goes.
Why do you have this attitude that is unknown in the rest of the West? And you said, because I'm proud to be Polish. I have self-respect. I love my country. Is it no country in Europe, maybe in the world, suffered more than Poland did over the last 100 years from every direction, crushed, its population massacred? Why have the Poles emerged? Did they emerge in the 20th century with their self-respect intact, whereas Great Britain, obviously Germany, all of Western Europe, they hated themselves by the end, but the Poles didn't. Why?
We'll get his answer in a moment. I will tell you that if you would kind of imagine this as an alien looking down on the planet, there's going to be, as anti-whiteism spreads, there's going to be, you don't have to get like all into the weeds, into like the detritus. There's going to be one spot that's going to be less anti-white than the rest because for various reasons, the population itself, how dominant was the psychological warfare known as anti-whiteism, and at what points versus what generations of people and what other big events in the country and what kind of history do they have to rely on. There are an infinite number of variables and why. So there's going to be one that's going to be the least anti-white. The bottom line, though, is that it's the least anti-white. That's the difference. So what is it that anti-whiteism does? So if you try to answer this question with what makes Polish people strong, or what about Polish history, or what did others do to Poland, and you're then in the wrong place. You can't end up you can end up with answers, maybe even that are objectively correct, but you don't end up with answers that are actionable for our well-being moving forward. Poland, I'm waiting for the call, and we will be, ladies and gentlemen, right back. Morbid Musings with Dude Bro Moment. Dude Bro Moment says, anyone else think that No White Guilt would make an excellent marriage counselor? Yes. Yes, I seriously would. Bitch, shut up! Now, sir, please talk. This has been Morbid Musings with Dude Bro Moment.
Do you remember the day you almost gave in, almost disappeared, nearly left a wound that none of us could heal? I count my stars, it's a miracle you're here. And in spite of it all, you're not afraid to feel. These are the stories I will tell my children. All of the sacrifice and service to them. Nothing comes easy in securing a victory, but it's worth it. These are the stories I will tell my children. Here's to the heroes. May we lift them up and carry our heads high. May we act as a beacon, offer protection, bringing ugly truths to light. May we be better, may we be worthy of our blood and choose to fight. Do you remember the day you promised you would do all you can? Facing an evil you might not live to see its end. Feeling the weight of the world and still here you stand. Staring into the eye of the dark with the will to destroy every power that keeps you away from your right to keep your people alive. These are the stories I will tell my children. All of the sacrifice and service to them. Nothing comes easy in securing a victory, but it will never not be worth it. These are the stories I will tell my
And you can hear that crowd roaring in the background. We're going to have a quick celebration before we get back to everything that is going on that we were covering the news. Celebrating squash. Get out the swashbuckling flags, ladies and gentlemen. If you're here for the first time and you have not celebrated the swash, then you're going to find out what it is really quickly, because we celebrate the swash, and those are the actions of individuals who set out into the world and they accomplish amazing things in service to white well-being. We're not here to just watch what's going on in the world, by no means. We are here to change the world. And the first thing we're going to celebrate is the fact that the channel has finally hit 25,000 subscribers, if you could believe it, ladies and gentlemen. 25,000 subscribers. Very exciting about that's very exciting, very happy about that, because of how difficult it is to move forward with all of the throttling and the cutting the throats out, the censorship of the anti-whites. We've made it. Let's celebrate. Put up some swashbuckling flags. Put up some raucous emojis in glorious celebration. We also want to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. We played at the very beginning of this video lots of 07s for the one and only for White Wellbeing and his epic new video, an absolute tearjerker. Let's go free. If you want to see that, you didn't see it, you want to watch and replay when we're done here today, make sure you just start at the very beginning, and that's what we open with at the gathering at the very beginning. You'll see it. Share that with your friends, family, and strangers. It's truly a remarkable work of art, and we expect to continue to see really epic things, splendid things from this new champion in service to white well-being. God bless you, brother. A big Promethean hails to you. Another Promethean hails. We just got a couple more here for today. Fit and healthy at any age was up with a lieutenant governor, running for lieutenant governor, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for the great Fit and Healthy at any age, who was swashing it up, ladies and gentlemen, in person. He writes here, not a lot of FaceTime with the lieutenant governor, but I slipped in Western Kind and White Erasure to others in her group. So the concepts, Western Kind and White Erasure, key concepts that we should be using and spreading and promulgating because of the effect they have on the view of the world for our brothers and sisters, changing the story we're in. God bless Fit and Healthy at any age. He says got loads of nods of agreement from these people while using Western Kind and White Erasure. Also got her AIDS info and will follow up with her on the campaign trail. This could be big for our community. Fit and Healthy at any age, man. We love you. What a great job you did. God bless you, good sir. We're going to pull up really quickly. We have the one and only Jonathan, and he has found, let's see if we can find this ourselves. Yes, we can. Take a look at that. Let's celebrate Jonathan. He was out and about, and he just happened to find this. Oh, my gosh, no white guilt over here. It's glorious, and he was finding, look at this. There is no Western civilization without Western Kind. Into anti-white God. We gotta love it. Give it up for Jonathan IRL. He's finding swash out there in the world for people to come across and to embolden and to empower them and their ability to find us. God bless you, good sir. We also have over there swashing out in the world. Let's see, the one and only. Where is it? Where is it? We know Elaine Sabatino is out there. Where is Elaine? Where is she? Oh, there she is. There's the glorious Elaine Sabatino. Give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful woman is not only making 07's big swash for Elaine Sabatino. She's not only making these beautiful works of art, and if you acquire things from NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com, you'll get some of her wonderful works of art included. Not only is she supplying it, she's also finding it out in the world where other people can find it. Look at this. It's everywhere. It's everywhere this wonderful lady goes. Celebrate the great Elaine Sabatino. How much are you doing in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen? We only have a few more to celebrate here. So make sure you make that swash loud. Some swords and shields, some raucous emojis, definitely the swashbuckling flag. This has an effect on people. God bless the great Elaine Sabatino. And we've got another. We're working around the world here, ladies and gentlemen. We're working all the way around the world. And we have over on the other side, one of our heroes, other side of the planet, celebrating his great work in service to white well-being. IRL, celebrate with epic swash. Boy, ladies and gentlemen, it's there. It's everywhere. Look at this. No, you're going to reach people with this material, finding it everywhere around planet Earth. Australia, Canada, America, all over Europe. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for our brother rocking it out. Look at how many of these glorious photos we have. Is this all of them? Make sure he hears you. White Baron, rocking the world, IRL, stickering, flyering, where it's all legal to do so. God blessing, big swash to White Baron. Just two more celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. Two more celebrations. We are going to celebrate. Let's see how I can do this. Swashbuckling celebration. Keep it going for White Baron, because he got into another live chat. Let's see. How do I find this? How do I find it? Ooh, I guess I could just do this. Can I do it this way? And he was on he financially gifted on a channel. Chrissy is her name, with 80-some thousand, I think 88,000 subs saw this. The person she was interviewing was a guy called Butterfield with 2 million plus that he was interviewing. And we want to share that with you quickly. It can be this easy to change the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if you can hear this or if you can't. Let me know. Should be able to hear, but let me know if you can't. Oh, big time. Big salute. Absolutely, she says. Unthinkingly, she says, it's totally the case. So when you ask, where is this coming from? The epic swash goes to people like Baron. God bless you, brother. Let's get on, because we got to keep moving. We got more. We got more from this hero. It's not that alone. He got 2 more of these. Got 2 more of these up during this interview for all of those folks to see, being shared around. Of course, his fans with the 2+ million are going to be showing up. make sure that White Baron sees the swashbuckling flags that you intend for him.
Well, I've got a whole new hour that I'm working on over the next couple of weeks. I'm starting.
So thanks, mate. Only reason you're canceled is because you aren't being anti-white enough. He doesn't say, what the hell is that? What does that mean? How could that? What is it? I don't know about that, but no, he's absolutely. Thanks, mate. The guy says. It's almost like all of this was designed with intelligence or forethought. Make sure the big swash reaches our brothers. Can't hear the clips at all. I heard that some could hear okay. Can you read the verbiage? Is it the cheering that's making it a problem? If we can't hear them at all, we'll make sure to come back to them and play them again. I see a yes. You can see what it says there. The only reason you get canceled, Isaac, is because you aren't being anti-white enough. They would never have a problem if the jokes were only about white people. And he says, thanks so much, mate. Let's get on to the next one. And I'm going to put these up, I think, on my Twitter. And we will, you'll get an opportunity to hear them there perfectly. If there is an issue, well, it's a good thing we didn't hear the audio there, because that's some music that I don't know if we are allowed to play. Here we have, again, this is Eric White Baron again. Have you guys heard of a YouTube channel called No White Guilt before? He talks about the importance of not living inside the anti-white narrative and how to protect yourself from social lynching, working even social lynching into the comment. It's awesome. Oh, so she reads that. She reads that and says, it says, have you guys heard of a YouTube channel called No White Guilt before? He talks about the importance of not living inside the anti-white narrative and how to protect yourself from the social lynching by anti-whites. And she says, where was that a couple years ago? First Last says he can't hear it either. I don't know what to, this is turned all the way up. So we'll have to try it again. We'll have to try it again at some other time. Play it somewhere else. She says, where was that years ago? Let's try to play. It might be that we are unable to play the videos that way. So here's what we're going to do. We will come back with the final video. We'll play those videos as well. Try to get the audio so you can hear them in just a moment. But let's go ahead and celebrate White Baron and Franklin, who will be celebrated soon. Everybody who's been doing epic work in service to white well-being, you'll be able to hear it next time we roll those videos out and take care of that little glitch, that little snafu. And 10 seconds, we'll be right back. The video overridden by the player, perhaps. It seems like some of you had some sound, some of you didn't. And I'm just looking right now. We will either be able to play them with the sound before the end, or we will play them most certainly by the next gathering on Sunday. Yet another reason to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. But until then, we have those items that we already mentioned that we do want to address. We do have the rest of that interview on Tucker to get up on the screen here in a moment. And we will address that as well. as I scurry around and take care of a few technical items. Here we go. And we will have that up now for you. And we will get to your comments, the rest of the financial gifts, and of course, your calls before we are wrapped up here today in another hour and a half. There you are, back in action. The player interfering potentially with everyone's ability to hear, or some people's ability to hear what was being said. But you could see what the great Eric White Baron was accomplishing there with these colossal audiences of 88,000, over 2 million people hearing these concepts being used, introducing the work that we're doing here specifically, bringing people over here. And Chrissy says, well, where was he a couple of years ago? I was here, young lady. I was here. You can find me and you can have me on for an interview. In fact, let's make that happen. Big swash to all of these people. Jonathan, Elaine Sabatino, White Baron. We love the work that everybody is doing for white well-being. Massive celebration of fit and healthy at any age, spreading the lexicon face-to-face with people who will be in office. And that's how things get done, and that's how we change the world and recapture our destiny. We have here, before we listen to the rest of what this interview has for us with Tucker, we have somebody who, at least in the periphery of the community, disagrees with me some and kind of strongly. And I wanted to share that because it's educational. We will call him KP. And he reached out to me with a video that he made where he anonymously makes this video. It is his voice, but you can't see his face. You don't know who he is, and who knows what his real name is. And in this video, he criticizes yours truly. You'll hear all of his arguments because he restates them in his rebuttal to me, which I then answer. So I want to go ahead and speak to that. Now, this is how his video to me wraps up. These are the last few sentences of his video to me. He says, wouldn't it also be immoral to end anti-whiteism? Wouldn't it also be immoral? Shouldn't we continue anti-whiteism because that's all they have ever known? Meaning non-white people, by the way. It's all they're familiar with. It would be immoral. It's all they've ever known. All they've ever known is anti-whiteism. I guess we've got to keep the anti-whiteism going. I guess we've got to keep the anti-white system going because it would be immoral to all the non-whites who this is all they've ever known. I want you to think about that, Jason. We're going to put an end to anti-whiteism. You can be a part of that, or we can do it without you, is what KP said to me. So I wrote back to KP under that video. He had asked me, will you respond to this video underneath of it? And I said, sure. I said, sure. I wrote back, I said, KP, I like your energy. Even though he was being enormously insulting, obviously. You're making an argument in the abstract. When we do this, we build a world in our minds that can be more or less true or false. In most cases, we are more wrong than right. And in the next moment, everything in the real has changed. I get where you're coming from. We want the victimization of our people to end. The end of that victimization will come in steps, and it will look like the unfolding of a complex geometric shape to the original flat piece of paper from which it began. I suggest you focus all your efforts on addressing the MPs with which you are infected, spreading the lexicon and dialectical power of Go Free with your friends, family, and strangers. Participate in the Go Free clubs and or the outreach teams, and by way of all this and more, become a hero in our story that pushes back the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. Doing so makes all things possible. I didn't appreciate the little threat at the end of your video but I will attribute it to your youthful energy, which often does not consult wisdom. So what really fired KP up was the fact that I said that you're not going to throw all non-white people out of the West, specifically the United States. You're not going to suddenly throw them all out, evict them all, banish them all, exile them all, and therefore all of their hard work, their memories, their contributions, because there are going to be a great many good non-white people there as well. And so you wouldn't want to do this. It's not moral. What we want to do is we want to end our victimization. No one knows how that's going to look as it unfolds. It's like that I was saying, that geometric shape unfolding itself. It will look various ways. It will look ways that you can't imagine. What matters is that our victimization ends. And so there are other problems, of course, with the position that all non-white people must go. For one, it's enormously white negative. But we don't know what that future will look like. We can't effectuate that outcome of banishing all non-white people anyhow. And so it's a moot point. And that fired him up. That really made him angry, as you can see. And so he writes back, and these are his arguments. No white guilt. You sidestepped the question, which is more important, ending anti-whiteism and recapturing our destiny, or not inconveniencing non-whites? If it is necessary to use violence against those who oppose ending anti-whiteism, do you think it is more important that in order to avoid harming non-whites, we allow whites to continue being victimized and erased? If you believe that forcing non-whites to leave America and all white countries is immoral because it's all they've ever known, then how is ending anti-whiteism, which will change America into a country they don't recognize, any less immoral? I care about my people, and no other people will come before them. If non-whites are a threat to our future, then it is immoral not to do whatever it takes to secure our prosperity. Prioritizing non-whites is anti-whiteism, same as we get from the GOP. Now, I think this is going to be very useful to a bunch of you, because you're going to be facing these kinds of arguments from folks who should understand that they don't understand this challenge as well as I do. You can't just, you have more luck figuring out how to remove inoperable brain tumors than, and more skill at it, more adept at it than neurosurgeons. Then you have the ability to suddenly put thought to our victimization in the world, in the universe of human dynamism, and all that has come before, and all that is currently happening, and everything that's on the geopolitical stage, geopolitical social stage. You have no hope in hell of figuring that out. I mean, quite frankly, you have no hope in hell. So you should know, though, that you turn over to those who are specialists and who are demonstrating success. That's what you should know. But this is what I have faced for decades, is people, they think about something and they for the shortest amount of time, many of these people, and I'm not saying this about KP, specialize in nothing. Right? They get like the easiest job, where it's just like, can you pick that up and put it down over there? But they have the solution for our socio-political religio challenges throughout the West. Unbelievable. But let me read you my response so you will have it available. Your first question, quote, you sidestepped the question. What is more important, ending anti-whiteism and recapturing our destiny, or not inconveniencing non-whites, close quote. I sidestepped nothing. Regrettably, you weren't able to understand, or at least understand that you can't understand, and thus to turn the question over to someone who knows this subject better. So I will try to make it easier for you. Your first question is a hypothetical that presents a false either or and is designed to manipulate your audience. Either you are for, quote, either you are for white well-being or you are for conveniencing non-whites, close quote. That is not happening in the real world. There is no challenge. There is no moment where somebody, where you are confronted with either you are for white well-being or you are for conveniencing non-whites. So that's a false either or that you have created for the purpose of manipulating your audience. And I suggest you stop using such illogic because you will make the people around you hate you. Illogic is not only going to be used in this circumstance. You would use it everywhere. With your wife, with your brothers and sisters, with your parents, with your children. Your second question, quote, if it is necessary to use violence against those who oppose ending anti-whiteism, do you think it is more important that in order to avoid harming non-whites, we allow whites to continue being victimized and erased? Close quote. Your premise that it is necessary to use violence is false. And then again, you use a hypothetical that presents a false either or that is designed to manipulate your audience. Quote, either you are for non-whites being harmed or you are for whites being harmed. Young man, knock it off. You're not doing anything. You're not taking on anybody. You have no idea what you have waded into with these impotent, soporific ideas and this manipulation. Your third question, quote, if you believe that forcing non-whites to leave America and all white countries is immoral because it's all they've ever known, then how is ending anti-whiteism, which will change America into a country they don't recognize, any less immoral? Most people, close quote, most people do not consider it immoral to object to and arrest one's victimization, but they do find it immoral to victimize another by way of divesting them of their earnings, job, history, service, memories, citizenship, etc. You took one sentence out of my examples of why it would be immoral to arbitrarily exile every single non-white person, i.e., it's all they've ever known, and misrepresented that sentence to make a manipulative and false argument. Quote, arbitrarily exiling all non-whites affects non-whites the same as preventing anti-whites from victimizing white people. Close quote. Your closing statement, and this is the end. I care about my people and no other people will come before them. I'll stop right there and just say, good, I'm glad you have that energy. I'm glad you have that concern. If you really want to do something, I mean, I address it here in a moment, but if you really want to do something, you need to go free. You don't impudently come to me and not thank me. I go to there, and I'll read that in a moment. But you find out from people who specialize in this and who are succeeding at what we're doing, what works. I care about my people and no other people will come before them. If non-whites are a threat to our future, then it is immoral not to do whatever it takes to secure our prosperity. Prioritizing non-whites is anti-whiteism, same as we get from the GOP, close quote. The title, non-whites, I write here, does not represent a monolithic value. Anti-whites and anti-whiteism are a threat to our people. Non-whites are born non-white, and we do not condemn people for the way they were born. You, KP, forgot to thank me for my response under your video, which is at least the third time you've disrespected me, including the insolent statement at the end of your video. I suggest working on your manners and the things that work for white well-being. Your focus should be on us, and you should begin with yourself. We all, including you, are infected with MPs. We all live our lives in the anti-white narrative. Of the many consequences of that existence, I sense that being white negative is one of your current challenges. Work on that challenge, as well as the others, as they present themselves to you. You aren't going to exile non-whites from the West, but you absolutely can be part of ending anti-whiteism in the West. Best of luck to you. And I will add this as well, KP. If you set up for yourself an equation where white well-being can only be achieved by exiling all non-white people, you will eventually become immensely depressed and you will quit your concern for white well-being. It is analogous to saying, we have to print the money before we can have white well-being. We have to hold half of Congress before we can have white well-being. It is an excuse to do nothing. So I hope that you decide to heed some wisdom. But either way, best of luck to you. Now, the question that works well here was from Aphrodite, who wrote, no white guilt. What amount of a majority of whites will it take using the Go Free method? How long would it take to restore our country? What is the projection of that? How many generations? That's a great question. And the answer to that, what's beautiful about the Go Free method is that it doesn't take generations. And the actual percentage of how many people use the lexicon is also itself something that needs to be defined, because using the lexicon and dialectics is a sliding scale. What percentage of it? Maybe we could narrow it down and say the key concepts, the 5 key concepts. We're talking about anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, Western kind, white erasure, and Biospirit of the West likes to include another one as well. And if he's here, he could write it in the live chat, or if somebody knows, they could just add it as well. But if those concepts, let's just say, for example, were picked up by a smaller percentage of the content creators that speak to the larger percentage, the rate at which the spread occurs can be very rapid. The rate at which people come to conclusions that are the only conclusions that they could arrive at, given the lexical and dialectical usage, can be rapid. It doesn't, generations, absolutely not. That is, that immediately goes to a bigger problem, and it's not your fault by no means, of not having, and this is something that's extremely high intelligence, because you could see the folks that you listen to, the folks that you read about, they all make this error. We're the only people who don't make it, and that is to speculate about days to come and freeze the current misunderstanding of the present, and then use that model to move forward into the future and imagine little adjustments moving forward. That's not how that's not how human dynamism works. You can't take a snapshot of now and then make a prediction for the future, speculate about how things will slowly move in the future when it comes to the totality of human dynamism in this socio-political struggle. Because every next moment, everything changes. And more importantly, your evaluation of the current moment is going to be wrong to various degrees. So you can imagine that error magnified over every minute forward. You provide a being. That being will move through time and will move through challenges and opportunities, will move through changing contexts. You provide that being with the tools that empower it. And then as it moves through, and you make use of a lot of things that would take too much time to talk about, as it moves through, selfishly serving its survival and enrichment and etc., benefiting the whole, will use the power it finds itself in control of, the wealth, the beauty, the health, etc., to effectuate the only outcomes that the lexical and dialectical usage create. So it's extremely complicated, which, as you can see, I mean, somebody like KP stepping in and wanting to tell me what's going to happen impudently and what's going to be done with me or without me, how absolutely feckless and blind that is. So to brighten your day, it's not going to take many generations off into the future. We can't say exactly how rapidly and what form it will take. Like even the word where he uses, if he tries to pin me in with the, if violence is necessary, what even is violence? That's something that is like, for him, it has a single meaning in every situation. And that's just not the case. So what we have demonstrated, though, Aphrodite, is that we can take the lexicon and dialectical power, we can get it to in front of people of immense wealth and power, and they adopt it. We didn't have to conquer them. We didn't have to surround their home with placards and flags and people screaming and pitchforks and torches. We didn't have to do that. We did it this way. We've provided it. They've taken the curative contagion exactly as it's articulated to work, and they will put it to use in their world. So if you really want to answer the question, Aphrodite, and for everyone, if you really want an answer to the question, how long is it going to take? The answer is, how hard are you going to work to spread it? That's how long it's going to take. If you're going to take it easy, it's going to take forever. If you're just going to observe, it's never going to happen. If you work your ass off to treat your mean pathogens, and you get it to your family, and you get it to your friends, and you get it to your coworkers, and you get it to content creators with much gigantic audiences, much bigger than my audience, then it's going to happen quickly. You can already see the lexicon and the dialectics we use are appearing everywhere from the efforts of these champions, from the efforts of the solo champions, from the efforts of the team White Wellbeing, from their efforts. It's everywhere on planet Earth, everywhere. Not once has anybody ever marshaled a screaming, foaming at the mouth mob to show up at somebody with power or wealth house and force them to do anything. It's not going to happen. This is the only way it can happen. With the creative genius of men and women of the West. That is the only way it's going to happen. So, Once again, bottom line, how long, how many generations? If you do nothing, Aphrodite, there aren't enough generations for it to happen. If you work your ass off, how quickly would you imagine that people like Donald Trump Jr. and Tucker and others would be using the concepts that we push? Powerless. I mean, people who compare to these are totally powerless. Well, if you were one of those people, and I'm not speaking specifically to Aphrodite here, but if you were one of those people who, when I was explaining this in the past, before it started appearing everywhere, you would have told me no. The vast majority said no. You're not going to get anybody to use it. It sounds dumb. It's cringy. You know how many times I was told it was cringe? Our cons and still you'll have people, even though they're getting used everywhere, adopted, accepted, employed everywhere, you still have people showing up so dumb to come to me and say, oh, it's cringe. This one's cringe. All those other, they're that one is cringe. They all said, no, it's never going to happen. Now they say, well, you didn't do any of it. The bottom line is, it's only going to happen as quickly or slowly as we do nothing or work our asses off. That's the beauty of it. Something that works. Let's have another look at this. What's our time here? All right. We got an hour left. Let me check the financial gifts. Just under an hour left. We have a financial gift on Subscribestar of $15 from June. Thank you so much, June. I appreciate it. Jason, I listened to my professional nursing organization's conference theme and the attendees ad nauseum litanies of, quote, inclusivity, diversity, equity, close quote. At the end of the conference, there was the opportunity to evaluate the 4-day conference. For my evaluation, I wrote, quote, I listened with interest to, and then she said she wrote the names, and wish to inform you that white people are being targeted for harm under the rubric of inclusivity, diversity, equity, etc. These policies are anti-white. Such anti-whiteism is immoral and unacceptable. Close quote. Thank you, Jason, for the lexicon. Let's give it up big time for June. God bless you, sister. That is wonderful. That is so superb. That's exactly the way June is making sure that it's going to happen sooner rather than later. That is magnificent. So you see what she's saying there? She could say to her employer, from a place of morality, she could say to them, this is everything that you're doing here is attacking white people, and it's totally immoral. That is beautiful. God bless you for that. No one else provided our brothers and sisters those types of tools. We make knights of the white table here. We make heroes in our story here. There isn't one person that everybody makes an idol and then worships idly as they sit on their ass. There isn't just some doom documenting for doom grifting, as First Last would say, and making themselves a living telling everybody how bad it is out there. No, you have actual people. I get messages all the time from people who are at work, they're with their family, they're with their friends, they're able to say these things and be the moral agent in those encounters. That is where we recapture our destiny. It's not in the streets. It's not holding a pitchfork. It's not making statements that get you 20 years in prison, that the tree of liberty is watered with the blood of tyrants. It's not doing any of that. It's winning these conversations. That's what recaptures our destiny. June will be brave enough to be the first one there to break out the lexicon and dialectics. And then as it takes less bravery, more and more Junes will appear. And then the anti-white edifice trembles. And that is when you know we are about to recapture our destiny. God bless you, June. We have over here on Cash App the great Yiz the Unifier, who is live tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Discordant Dragons, check it out. It's a fantastic show over on her channel. $5 financial gift. And she says, for a weekly folk tithe, keep it Promethean, keep it pristine, keep it white positive. God bless you, sister. Thank you so much for all the work you do in service to white well-being. And we have the one and only, I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting today, $10. Thank you so much, sister. And she writes with those $10 for white well-being. Amen to that. She's going to be one of the Christians that stand up and slap down all of these others that are just like, to war for Israel, I'm sure. Oh, there's, yeah, she's right there. So check out over on her channel, folks. And I'll actually be giving that out as we will be sharing our content creators. And I want you to get out pens and pencils or jump into your notepad there on your device or desk or laptop, and make sure you take these down and you follow all these good folks. What an epic gathering we're having, ladies and gentlemen. And we will see what else there is, if there is anything else, and we will continue. Oh my gosh. Is this working or not working? It appears that Entropy was having an issue earlier. I don't know. I see that 2 people are on Entropy at the moment, so it might be malfunction. No, there it is. Entropy is up and working. So here we go. I guess Yiz tried it earlier and it didn't show up. Wasn't working for her. Get out your August emojis. 07s, 07s, 007s. Maybe a swash flag too, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe some swash flags. Get them out. Rock them out. You got any little frog? I know they like to do frogs elsewhere. Do you got a little frog? Maybe we could have hedgehogs. That would be what we do here. Maybe some hedgehog, but definitely the swashbuckling, because we're human beings and we're epic human beings. I sort of envision myself always when I enter a room, I always envision myself. I'm coming in on like a stallion or a Frisian or something. That's how I swing in, or a rope. Franklin actually does that and swashes epically, the true champion. We have here, ladies and gentlemen, Danunaki, financially gifting $25. God bless you, brother. Big salutes, big salutes. $20 minimum and up. Get the big salutes, raucous emojis. We celebrate you. We lift you up on our shoulders. We cry your name to the heavens. God bless you for that $25 financial gift. And he writes with those $25 for white well-being, sir, for white well-being. Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. And keep those raucous emojis going. You got crowns for his head and gems for his feet. You'll have crowns for her head and gems for her feet. You know her name well. It's Mrs. Jess Horse, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $30 over here on Entropy. Thank you so much, good lady. Big blessings to you. Big blessings to Mrs. Jess Horse. $30. And she writes, listening with family. Thank you. Hail the Western kind. God bless you and your whole family who's listening. True heroes in service to white well-being, putting down anti-whiteism so we can recapture our destiny. Our soldiers, our men and women out there in the world in uniform, they're not going to be dying anymore for other countries. They will just be standing up for the West. God bless you. Listening with family. Thank you. Hail the Western kind. And 3 white heart emojis with that. We also have Clutch MC financially gifting $10 over here on Entropy. Thank you so very much. And Clutch MC with those $10 says, did you see that anti-white traitorous bastard? Uh-oh, I just touched the mic again. I appear to be throwing electricity today. I have to be careful. That happens every so often. Did you see that anti-white traitorous bastard Eric Adams' speech about Israel. I've never seen him be more animated and passionate about anything else. I don't think I did. Let me just click quickly right here. And oh boy, was he really? Wow, he's up there with the lectern. No, I did not see that. I'll have to check that out. Maybe we'll have a look at it on Tuesday. Indeed. Yeah, it's one non-white group against another non-white group. Then all of a sudden, meaningful things have happened. When it's white people getting harmed, he's just like, well, I mean, you look at London, and they're like, well, this is just part and parcel of living in the West. You white people getting exterminated and killed and raped and etc. But then turns around as one non-white group against another, and one of those non-white groups has more power in the West than the other one, and suddenly it's just like, whoa, the villainy signaling comes out. The important thing to remember is that when it's white people being victimized, you have the evidence of anti-whiteism. It's okay, nothing said, swept under the rugs. When it's two non-white groups, it's suddenly a big thing. Once again, a demonstration of the reality of anti-whiteism. That's how you use these things, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Clutch. I'll check it out. And ladies and gentlemen, the man himself. We just played Dude Bro Moment. We just played his commercial moments ago. 50 white well-being dollars from the champion. Please swashbuckle. Please swashbuckle. Some swashbuckling flags, some 95s. 07s for Dude Bro Moment. He's shown up as he always does. Dude Bro Moment. I swear, one of these days I'm going to break down. And then all of a sudden, a vehicle's going to pull up. It's going to be this guy in it. I don't even know where he lives. Somehow he's going to be there. God bless you, brother. Dude Bro Moment. Please celebrate. We celebrate each other. And that is the right thing to do, ladies and gentlemen, because we're creating champions in our story where we are the heroes. That's what we do. We have the swashbuckling announcements because we celebrate our heroes. We celebrate people who are doing great things. I want to know if you are doing something great. We want to celebrate you. God bless you. Maybe you want to just do it. You don't want to be known. You just want to do it in silence. I honor you and celebrate you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Let me check over here. Dude Bro Moment showing up. Morbid Musings with Dude Bro Moment. We have on D Live. Let's look. I don't think I missed anybody over there. But we do got stickers. We got people over there. Hello, hello. And over here on Odyssey, we have 4 library tokens. Thank you so much. From Gentile Gentleman. He says, great stream. Have you seen the channel? Oh, that was what you were talking about earlier. Well, thank you so much for that. I have not, but I'm going to, and we'll share it with everybody. Western Kind for Christ on YouTube. Thank you, brother, and thank you all for coming together and doing that white positive service. Every single circle, every single place where white people can get together, they get together for religion, they get together for sport, they get together for barbecue, they get together. Every one of those can be white positive. Every one of those. Use the lexicon and dialectics of the Go Free method. That's what we have always needed. When you look at Israel, does everybody bowl? No. Does everybody do archery? No. Does everybody do anything? No. There are all these different things and different pastimes and different interests and etc. There are even different views on Judaism and etc. In fact, you could more broadly look at that around the world. You could do that with Arabic people. You could do it with Jewish people. Very admirable. And it doesn't matter what they're doing in their world. This thing still holds true. That's how white people have to be. And that's what we have here with the white positivity of our moral imperative. We also have 1.3 library tokens financially gifted from Wing It. Thank you, good brother. And he says, they did tell us unrelenting stream. I don't know what I was talking about at the time, but tag me and let me know exactly what you were referencing. But thank you, brother. I appreciate it. And we will continue as the time ticks on our gathering and we near wrapping up. God bless everybody who's doing great work for white well-being. And I think we've gotten everybody here and there. Let's get to some announcements really quickly. Porridge, I think it was Porridge who wrote this. This was a big victory, ladies and gentlemen. If I've got it right, it says great victory because every state in Australia voted no on a referendum to change the constitution to give non-whites called Aboriginals power to affect public policy just on the basis of their birth. The country said no to white guilt. Oh my God. That is definitely worthy of a big salute. Did that happen? Do I have that right? Everybody from down under? God bless. That is so magnificent. So the white population, our brothers and sisters in Australia, they hunger for the lexicon. They hunger to be freed of the trammels and the shackles of anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare that is a terror upon our people. If even in that environment, they're like, no, we're not going to give people power just on the basis of their birth to do whatever they want to us, then they are ready. They will never be ready to go and oppose people and divest people on the basis of their birth. Forget about that. So that is magnificent. Oh, okay. That's why Baron's going to comment on that. Awesome. Oh, Yiz says, did she send an entropy too? Whoa, we do have a Yiz entropy as well for $3 more. God bless you, Yiz. It is here. And she says with those, that financial gift, she said, my Patriot camping trip is this coming weekend. She writes, Promethean Promulgation, Bass Guitarist, and Reptile are coming. Please pray for us to have a pristine time of focused celebration and fellowship. Let's do that, ladies and gentlemen. That's totally awesome. Yiz the Unifier, making it happen. Her camping trip, her Patriot camping trip is this weekend. The great Promethean Promulgation will be there. Bass Guitarist is going to be there. And the demigod Reptile is going to be there. So let's send some positive energy, some positive, white positive energy to these folks. Let's give a prayer that everybody goes there and comes home safe. And it is a very fruitful time of getting together in service to our people and the ending of anti-whiteism benefiting everyone in every Western country. God bless you for doing that. Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for getting back at us again with that info. See, that's the tenacity. Nothing can stop Yiz. Nothing. If you don't realize that yet, you should. Nothing can stop Yiz. All right, what do we have here? Okay, very quickly, we're going to go through the content creators. So I want you can come back to this segment, and I'm going to go through it kind of quickly, and you listen. I want you to follow all of these people. Follow them. And even if you're not interested in watching anything, we build the community this way. Andrei Moisajev. You want to follow him on YouTube at Art of Myth. So that's the @ symbol, Art of Myth. That's the great Andrei Moisajev. Anders. And you can follow his blog at link.medium.com/NMX V15XQOAB. White People Press. White People's Press at whitepeoplepress.com. And it should go without saying that all of these people are on YouTube, and I want you to follow them on YouTube. And then this is a backup if you'd like to follow there as well. Westman Media, odyssey.com/@Westman Media. School of the West, schoolofthewest.world. Yiz, the unifier, and her on YouTube is Yiz the Eunuch, @Yiz the Eunuch. There's Discordant Dragons. She also has the Corner Club, which is her blog, Yiz the Eunuch.substack.com. Fornull on YouTube, @Fornelius Newland, FORNELIUS NULLAND. He has Dragon Sith Adventures that he does every now and again. He runs D&D games now. He has westernkindgames.com. On Twitter, he is @4nullusa. We have, and he's got a blog, which I've got to get the address for. Wait, is this it? No. I've got to get the address for his blog. Or if he has it, he could share it in the live chat. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube, @No White Guilt Clips. Twitter, @NWG Clips. Instagram, @No White Guilt Clips. Gab, @No White Guilt Clips. Same for BitChute and Facebook and Rumble and Truth Social. And on TikTok, he is @Jason Goes Political Show. Porridge. We're just talking about lovely Porridge. You can find him on YouTube @Jubilation Media, @Jubilation Media. Intellectual Embargo, odyssey.com /@Intellectual Embargo. Final Blossom on YouTube, @Final Blossom. And he is also runs Western Kind Wellbeing newsletter. You can find that at finalblossom.substack.com. Alternative Voices Portal, odyssey.com @alternative_voices_portal. World Conqueror at YouTube, @World Conqueror. Substack.com /profile/127204959 destroying anti-whiteism. Biospirit of the West, White Wellbeing Quora, nowhiteguilt.quora.com. Biospirit on Twitter is @BiospiritWest. For White Wellbeing on YouTube, @For White Wellbeing. Dino Storm on YouTube, @Dino Storm. Also, you will find him at his website where the epic game that he has created is located, StudioDinoStorm.com. Check it out, StudioDinoStorm.com. RC the Realist is on YouTube. Try typing in RC the Realist and see if he comes up. He's also on Instagram as _realist_songwriter. And perhaps he'll put a link to his YouTube from there, since that's easier for me to share than the URL. Unless I'm wrong, I have it wrong, let me know. And maybe he has a simpler on YouTube. White Student Transmission. He's on Twitter @WhiteStudentT. His book is on Amazon, Equal Training. Aussie Mike. You want to follow Aussie Mike? He is on Twitter @Traditional Mike. Twitter.com /traditionalmike. And we have Wing It Productions on YouTube @Wing It Prada. And with that, I'll be right back. Happy Halloween and white well-being. Totally cool. We're getting to the Halloween time of year. We are just seconds away from 9 a.m. on the East Coast of the United States. I think maybe we might save that, what we have here with Tucker, for another time. And instead, we will take a look and see what you all have to say. If I can figure out the issue, and I'm sure I will be able to, I think what we'll just do, since we only have a half an hour left, is I will share the audio that you all couldn't hear or could partially hear next time we're together, next gathering. And we'll go through that. We'll celebrate it and celebrate their responses as well. I love the responses where the woman's like, where's he been? Where is this no white guilt? Where has he been? You know, that's when I like swashbucklingly crash through the window on a rope with a mask, not like the Iranian Avengers. And I'm there. Of course, I have like a rose in my teeth. Here we are there to save Western kind with love, hope, and redemption in our hearts. Nothing can stop us. That is what we're making swashbuckling even more swash than it's ever been, folks. We're making swash into a verb. That's what we're doing. So I'm going to take another look, make sure I didn't miss anybody. There is no mail in the thaumatological mailbag, so we didn't miss anybody there. We also have the great Franklin to celebrate, and it is truly a remarkable celebration. I think we'll probably save that for next Sunday as well, and he'll have other things to celebrate at that time. But it's amazing. It's totally amazing. Franklin is just a force to be reckoned with yet again. And it's a great demonstration, too, of exactly how powerful the lexicon and dialects. I love when people are like, they can, there are a lot of people out there that believe in magic, and they believe that people can do supernatural things, and they believe in supernatural things. I'm not saying one way or the other, but they believe all of this. And then when somebody comes along and they're like, okay, we have these, you can think of them as spells. This is how they work on the human animal. It's beautiful. And here you can see the demonstration. Their response is, no, I can just make up a word too, and it's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Just like you can pick up weights, and so can a strongman competitor pick up weights. It's like the same thing. It just so happens that like he can pick up a Volkswagen and throw it over another Volkswagen, and you can pick up a coaster, right? They're not the same. But I guess that's what we have to wade through. I guess that's what we have to mire through. We can make that into a verb as well. And we got there was another Buddy Brown video that I just couldn't believe the title of. I don't know how good or bad it is, but we won't do that today, as we are running out. And we're going to take a call. I'm going to take a quick look over here. Looks like we're good there. We're good there. We're good there. Damn, I look good on all of these monitors. Can you imagine? We have somebody over there on Odyssey with a creative name that I'm not going to say because the ear is against the door. But he writes, "God bless white people." God bless white people indeed. All right. Why don't we go ahead and we'll take the call, and then we'll get back to you all. How does that sound? We have some comments here as well. We got Hyperborean Realm. And what is that one? Hyperborean Realm says, so get ready for the call. And I want, if we could, some white positive energy and some prayers for Carlisle because she did a double gainer down her stairs, and it did not go well for her. So some positive energy and some prayers will help her out. Some kind words will help her out as she heals with bruises and bumps and all of that sort of business. All right. Where did that go? Ezra St. White's in the live chat says, great weather, love October. Yeah, it's wonderful here right now. Okay, Hyperborean Realm says, I'm thankful Jason utilizes his amazing computational power for white well-being. At 1 hour and 1 minute is a key point. It's pathetic when white folk live in shadows of other peoples in any manner, whether jay-spurging or cheerleading in the corporate media. Yeah, amen to that. Yeah, we don't do that. We do not live in the shadows of any other groups, hating on them or worshiping them. That's not what we do. We are for white well-being. We're focused on us. Too many of our people live in the shadows of others. And you're seeing it right now in spades, aren't you? Aphrodite, we answered one of her questions today. She writes here, great show, and your methods are spreading to other creators. I'm hearing it more often. Well, thank you so much for that. That is obviously gratitude to Team White Wellbeing and all of the others out there who are solo or working in smaller teams together, working on promulgating the lexical dialectical power of the Go Free method. That's a big celebration to all of them. That's a consequence of the great work that they all are doing. So God bless them all. God bless them all. Thank you for that. That's a great testimonial. You don't see that happen with other ideologies and vehicles. Fingerfretter says, in the end, whatever the issue is, no matter what you say, in the end, whatever the issue is, quote, no matter what you say, if your conclusion is anti-white, I reject it, close quote, is all that sums it up. Thank you for all we have learned through you, Jason. Well, God bless you, man. I really appreciate that. Yep, that's the most powerful argument that that's available to everyone of any educational level, of any IQ level in the white race. You can defeat every single anti-white, no matter how devious, no matter how educated, no matter what. Professor or trash collector or welder or lawyer, it doesn't matter. You can defeat them with that. There's no way to get around it. So thank you so much. And I don't know who, somebody else wrote me recently that they've been using that particular meme curative everywhere, and it just dominates everybody that they come in contact with. Somebody used it at work with a anti-white, non-white coworker, and it immediately who was that? And immediately the anti-white, non-white coworker was like, "Oh shit," and shut right up on what he was saying at that point, and then agreed that anything that's anti-white on the basis of our birth is immoral. You are welcome, world. We're going to need like a statue to represent all of the knights of the white table, all of us that have come together and that the ones who are really changing the world. Really, it's an amazing thing. Was it Cool Papa J Magic? Franklin said. I was. All right. The great Cool Papa J Magic is with us. I am 1 in a million is with us. One day soon, I'm going to be a big player in white well-being. Believe that and remember that. Awesome. That is fantastic. Be the hero in our story. I love it. And thank you all for the well wishes, positive energy to Carlisle taking her tumble. I tried to say, I know it's a faster way to go down the stairs, but I mean, come on. She was trying to find another way to get downstairs a little bit quicker than walking them. And I don't know. I don't know that is the... I get the desire to get downstairs faster, but come on. All right, going to call Baron White, Eric, and find out what he has to share with us.
G'day.
Hello, brother. Promethean hails to you, and what's on your mind?
Well, many things, as always, are on my mind. One of the main things here in Australia is, so as Porridge before, the comment that you read before, the anti-referendum Take Your Voice from Parliament failed. So the majority of Australia, all the states said no. The only regions really in Australia that said yes to anti-whiteism, which you can kind of predict, were the inner suburbs of metropolitan, like really close in cities and everything like that, in the inner cities. But yeah, the rest of Australia completely just dominated and said no to it, which was awesome. But what strikes me the most is, like everywhere in the West, the grounds are fertile as hell, because with this event, like with anti-whiteism, there are events that are happening all across the West 24/7. There are opportunities for us to spread the lexicon and dialectics.
Yeah.
So, for example, on this day of the referendum, I had to go and vote. So when I went to go and vote, I made it my mission that, okay, I'm going to use today as a foil to spread the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free to some new potential people, because this is perfect. This is on everyone's mind. Everyone has to go out of their way when they shouldn't, and they should be just enjoying the rest of their life. Because of anti-whiteism, they have to spend their day going out to vote no to something absolutely ridiculous. So what I did was I went to there was these people at the front. So there's people who were handing out the yes anti-white flyers, and the other ones were handing out the no ones. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to spread the lexicon and dialectics to those two people who are voting, handing out the vote no ones. So I walk up to them and I'm like, oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I'll take one of your things. And then we start talking. I start saying, yeah, it's absolutely anti-white how they're doing this. Like, you can't give a voice to a people who already have one. So what is this about? It's obviously about anti-whiteism. And they go, yeah, it's divisive. And yeah, they say, yeah, it's divisive. And go, yeah, anti-whiteism is divisive. And I'm just spilling out all these MCs left, right, and center. Like, they go, yeah, they call us racist and all that. And I say, yeah, they just they just try and call you anti-slurs to try and demonize you because you're not being anti-white enough. That's essentially all they are.
Yes.
And then, like I'd say, like, atonement can never be met for agreements never committed. And they'll be like, exactly. And then I even had one of the younger dudes there who was handing them out a year older than me. He said, yeah, exactly. It is anti-white. And I made sure when I was talking about it too, that I was saying it loud so everyone around me could hear it too. Yeah. And what was funny was, so I think this anti-white was on their lunch break. So they were coming back to hand out the yes things. And I was glancing at her as I was saying all these things out loud. And I saw she had a smile, like she was going to like hand me one. But then all of a sudden she just stopped and just started staring at me, and her face just turned into malice. But she said nothing to me. Absolutely nothing.
Good.
It was just so glorious. It's like, yeah, you stared, bitch. You stared. Don't say anything. But yeah. That was glorious. And then after that, I said, hey, you guys should check out a YouTube channel called No White Guild. Oh, look, it's really good. It's helped me in various ways, yada, yada. And yeah, and I sent them the links because I got their phone numbers. And yeah, they checked it out. They said, oh, Jason's absolutely right. We have to save Western civilization.
Yes.
I love his channel. I love his website. Thank you so much for sharing it to me. Boom.
Oh, man.
Victory, victory, victory.
Huge BPE, brother. That is magnificent. Epic swash. Let's get some swash flags. Let's get some big swash flags in the live chat for this gentleman. Man, that is awesome. And you did it exactly the way it has to be done. That's it, folks. Look, Eric just showed us the way. That's all you have to do, and you change the world. My gosh, it's magnificent. And you own that. You own that thing like a rented mule. You beat her like a rented mule. She couldn't respond. She heard what you had to say. She wanted to break out in her anti-white tropes, the mean pathogens, but realized as she computed it, oh, wow, I'm going to look pretty immoral if I do that. And so she just refrained. I love it. Well done.
Yep. And that's just one of many things that have just been happening across the many days leading up to this. Like, there's a popular politician called Pauline Hanson in our country. He makes these epic cartoons making fun of anti-whites. So what I would do, and guys, if you want to be really successful on YouTube, getting in your threads, it's so critical to be in there early, because to me, there's a big difference from being the first comment to comment on a video that's been up for 8 minutes compared to one that's been up for a day. You know, instead, if you got in there early, you're competing with 10 comments compared to 200. But anyway, so leading up to it, I've been like, I look at all the comments and seeing what comments are being successful and everything, and everyone was really wanting to vote no. So I just simply put a comment under watching the video to gain context, and I'll just write, oh, absolutely, I'm voting no against anti-whiteism, and I'll get like the top comment. A couple of videos, I get the top comment around 500, 600 likes. And then some videos, I'll come in an hour later, and then I'll get like 200, 300 likes. But the funny thing about all these scenarios, especially like the super chats, the videos that you played before, it came to me, these opportunities. It wasn't me going and finding them. Like, I'll just open up YouTube, and then on my thread, it will have like, one of Pauline Hanson's videos that she just uploaded 8 minutes ago. I'll be like, shit, opportunity. The event has happened. I got to get in there now. Like,
yes,
guys, like, because I've noticed there's a big misconception. Well, specifically more of my family, because look, I tell them they got to, you got to go free against anti-whiteism and all that. But when I say that to them, they think that they got to do everything I'm doing, which I'm already doing so much compared to, what they think that they're capable of doing. But it can be simple as this. Just the whole point of Go Free is to arm yourself with the tools. So then in your day-to-day life, when events come up, when you're on the work break, and then you see like that anti-white flyer or something like that, or you're in the classroom and you have the anti-white teacher talking about how you have to pay amends for things that you've never done before, and then afterwards, your friends are talking about it. It's in those circumstances, at the least that you can do for our people is being able to be that voice of reason and white positivity, and be that voice that says, well, no, I actually thought that was pretty anti-white, friend of mine.
Yes.
Because like another example, just leading up to it, so my dad previously at the farm that my family and everyone are at, my aunties were like arguing with my dad, saying, we're going to vote yes and everything like that. And then I come in there later, and my aunties are trying to villainy signal towards me, saying, oh, yeah, your dad was going on about he's voting no because of yada, yada. And I was saying, what? So you're voting yes for anti-whiteism? And they said nothing to me. And then they went on to say, oh, and he always goes on about us, like saying that we're going to be voting for like the Greens and Labor. And I said, oh, so you also vote for both the anti-white parties? And then my other auntie jumps in, and she like completely ignoring me again, saying, oh, what's Eric's dad voting for? Oh, I'm going to vote for the opposite. I said, oh, so you're also voting for the anti-white? And they all completely ignored me. They didn't say one iota to me. Wow. How powerful is that?
Big time. Big time. Yes, that was total fear and the recognition of their defeat that caused them to ignore the things that you were saying. Anything else, they would have lit into you with this faux moral righteous indignation about how awful you were. You would have felt bad about yourself no matter how right you thought that you were, because you would have this social condemnation. Instead, you entered the fray. all of them are going to be thinking about what you said, all of them. So just
yes.
you can walk away. You can have these sort of conversations with people or in front of people. They hear the concepts. They might not say anything the first time. I've had it plenty of times with peers at school, with coworkers, with colleagues. First time they hear it, they might be silent. And then later on, you find out that they've been thinking about it. And yeah, that's true. It really does mean this. It really is anti-white. And then sometimes you got to kind of correct and guide them again. But they'll be thinking about it. That's powerful. They thought that they had
absolutely.
You took them down. That's awesome.
Yes. And one more thing, quickly for everyone in Australia. So I remember before, like you were critiquing, about using the word Aboriginal, which makes perfect sense because you might as well call them First Nation and Indigenous if you're going to be doing that.
Right.
Well, I've come up with a term to call them it's a neutral term. It actually gives the people a term because, as far as I know, they've never actually had a unifying term that wasn't anti-white because they're all called like Wiradjuri and all their other tribal names. But so the name I call them that I've been using successfully is Dreamtime People. It's based upon that in school, in the Australian school system, from a young age, we're taught their ancestral faith, which is called the Dreamtimes. So simply, I just put people at the end, and my sisters used it in school. Instead of using Aboriginal, she says, yeah, the Dreamtime People, like, what do you mean they need a voice and X, Y, and Z? No one asked questions about it. No one's like, what exactly does that mean? And what was funny was previously before, like back to the scenario, at the farm with my family and everything like that, my dad told me in that conversation, he used, like, before when my aunties and my dad were fighting, he used Dreamtime People instead of Aboriginal. My anti-white auntie, of course, like when they do, they question the word anti-white when you use it. She's like, what is Dreamtime person? And then one of my vague aunties come by and goes, well, obviously that's black people, which when she says that, she's thinking Aboriginal people when we usually call it.
Right.
But so all Australians listening and everyone, because I know in the Americas and all the other Western civilizations, like it won't make as much sense because you don't have that context. But I imagine, just like with Aboriginal, once it becomes more popular here in Australia, calling it Dreamtime People, it'll just catch on around the world, just like with Aboriginal,
Right.
So that's the word for it. And I've found it very successful. And I recommend all people. It's a neutral term and actually benefits their people too, because they don't actually have a neutral term. But there you go. That's really it.
So many big Promethean salutes to you. And please call in whenever you want. This is such an epic victory over there in Australia. What you did, actually, in your conversations is every bit as big as our brothers and sisters there, the real Australians, proving that they are rich soil for the lexical and dialectical power of the Go Free method by voting no. We're not going to give people this value to this power to overrule the decisions of the polity based on their birth alone. So big, huge, absolutely huge PPE, big swash, man. We love it. Well done. And call back, like I say, anytime. But any final thoughts before I let you go?
Just everyone, just remember, like, you don't have to be like, like Franklin and, I and everything and be like really, devoting so much time. Just focus on winning. I like what you say. If we can win at the micro level, we can win at the macro level. So focus on those little conversations that you have with your sister and everything like that. Once you get comfortable with that, then think of bigger things.
Perfect.
That's really it.
Perfect. That's a perfect way to end that call, man. Promethean hails to you, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yeah, Promethean hails and Pax Theorum. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Epic. That is so epic. And he's right. And you take this to heart, that you don't have to be as wonderful or admirable as our most notable activists. There are going to be people who are really just in it. And, maybe they are, maybe they're like me, they're thinking, wow, my life was really had the rug pulled out from underneath of it. And I want to get back at these anti-whites. I want to make the country and the entire West a better place for my people, because that's the noble thing to do. That's the thing that inspires my heart and my spirit. Really coming into contact with that biospirit that's inside of all of us, you really begin to feel your potential physically, spiritually, and mentally. When you do that, you grow in all of those ways. Really, the bottom line is that you have to be, at a minimum, ready when these conversations come up to have these little exchanges where you are able to be the moral actor as a hero in our story, rather than a villain in somebody else's story, the anti-white narrative. And so by being able to say that this is anti-white, that's anti-whiteism, that's white erasure, dropping these things, even with family members or friends or colleagues, whatever it might be, for whom you think there's no hope, even there, they'll end up picking up these terms and using them. And it will work to our benefit. I mean, we even had years ago, a non-whites, it was a non-white anti-white march, and they had a big banner, a couple of the people did, that said that they weren't anti-white. This is about black people and the welfare of black people or something. Yes, good. I want black people to have well-being. I want their welfare to be looked after like everybody else's, and make sure that you begin every one of those sentences with, "You're not anti-white." And we will go from there forward. That's how we recapture our destiny. That's how we make things better across the West for us, and therefore for everybody who lives here. And yeah, there's a lot of people who are going to have to go home. I think that a lot of these border crossers that are coming across in their hundreds of thousands, and because they're viewing our country as just an economic zone, and they're upwardly mobile economically. They would just want to come and get rich and get the white females or whatever else. This was, of course, would not be all of them, but those who would be of that mind, a percentage, whatever that is, they're not going to be able to stay. This is our home. It's not their economic opportunity. This is our home. It's not the refuge for war-torn peoples from around the world. We can help people out, and private charity is the best way to do that. No one should be forced to do that by way of government taxation and government policy, etc., especially when it's something that we were never asked for, something that's being forced upon us, something that harms us immediately, and that harm gets worse over time. This is all we need to do to change the landscape, change the world that we're in, is have these conversations, be willing to have the actual courage at the dinner table, which so many of these Nazi LARPers and the rest, these big talkers about the tree of liberty being watered with blood of tyrants, they don't have the courage to have these conversations. Shit, they can't even say such things in front of their wives without their wives arguing with them and telling them to shut up and keep it to themselves and don't say it in front of the children. But they got big talk, big words for the rest of the world. We have people here who have the intelligence and the courage to do the right thing in those circumstances, which is the exact same battlefield upon which we lost Western civilization. That's where we have to come together. And the fruits are just building up everywhere we look. The magnificent achievements, as you can see, the demonstration of the lexicon being immediately adopted as normal. I can't tell you how gratifying that feels. These people, 88,000 followers, and she just immediately adopts everything that's being shared as totally normal. Those things that your leaders, your Jared Taylors, your Marks, your leaders out across the white sympathetic sphere said were cringe, nobody would accept it, nobody would believe it, they wouldn't understand, they would need an explanation, on and on and on, all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And here you see it working time and again. For God's sake, who are you going to believe? For God's sake, we're running out of time. You can see how unstable the world is. You can see how what I've told you again is true. How many times have I told you that there are contextual shifts that you can't imagine, that you can't predict, and they give us new opportunities and they present us with new challenges. Could anybody have predicted that just the other day that Hamas was going to invade Israel, and now this giant societal context shift is happening? These things happen all the time. The opportunities are there for us. Are we going to be strong enough? Are we going to be avid enough? Are we going to be energetic enough to take these, to use a sports metaphor, to the end zone and beyond? Everybody's on the field. Everybody's a hero. Everybody's a champion. I'm going to see you out there shoulder to shoulder. I love y'all. Let's go free.